Beyond Lumina, Episode 11, Pursuit. You're telling me that you let 3 pirates overpower you, and you call yourselves Ascendancy soldiers? Drop verbally cut down his subordinates after he came to, and found they had been imprisoned on their own vessel. What pirates are so menacing to you that you would just surrender the ship to them? The Ascendancy soldiers had escaped the bonds in which Aezic and the others put them, but they were still trapped inside the room. It's the Fireblade pirates, said one of the soldiers, the same one who had spoken to the group when they attacked the bridge. The who? Drop asked, not recognizing the name at all. Led by Madame Fireblade, the soldier continued. They're extremely well armed. We didn't have a chance, sir. And now they have our weapons as well, Drop said angrily. And perhaps you're lucky that they do, or I'd kill you myself. We need to find a way out of here, and retake the ship, or we are doomed. The Ascendancy will not comply with any of their demands. We had to disguise ourselves to keep Drop and his men from recognizing us, or tying this attack back to Kostia, Aezic told Photoglass, after seeing his amused and quizzical look. Their pirate disguises were good enough that it took Glass a moment to recognize Aezic when he came through the door. That's quite ingenious, the Photo said with a slight smile. What is your plan now? You'll all have to stay here a little while longer, Aezic now spoke to the whole group of Kostians. We are going to do what we can to convince their commanders that we are after the ship and are holding their soldiers hostage until we're safe. It shouldn't take much more to convince them that we don't care who the others are on board, and that we plan to get rid of you as quickly as the soldiers. After that, we should be able to get safely back to Kostia. We are very grateful for your help, Klaus replied. We're just returning your favor, Aezic answered, withholding further comments. When Aezic returned to the bridge, Bala had successfully disabled the ship's tracker and masked the signature, effectively hiding it from the Ascendancy. She had just begun to set a new course for them. Zario had gone off to make sure they had not missed any of the enemy crew. Good, Aezic said. Get ready. Now that we dropped off their systems, their superiors will be contacting us. Sure enough, the ship's comms were opened and an irritated voice rang through the room. Drop, what is going on? Why have we lost your location? Drop is currently indisposed, Bala replied, with her best pirate impression. To whom am I speaking? You fool, came the response. Do you realize you've hijacked an Ascendancy military vessel? Of course, Bala said. You don't exactly keep your identity a secret. I am Madame Fireblade, and I plan on taking this fine ship for myself. No harm will come to your crew as long as you leave us alone. You can have them back once we're safely out of your space. I don't have the patience for games, the Ascendancy superior answered. Who are you really? You are assisting the Kostians, aren't you? So that's who the others on board are, Bala said, trying to sound ambivalent. We don't care about them either. Don't pursue us, and you can have them back too. You act as though you know who you deal with, the voice returned, but you don't seem to know that we will not negotiate with pirates. And unfortunately for you, we were awaiting the arrival of your ship and watching you closely. We will find you shortly, and we are not opposed to destroying our own vessel to keep it out of the hands of pirates. Bala looked at the others with concern. So, what's plan B? Zario returned just in time to hear the question. The ship is clear. What's happening? We just got off comms with Drop's commander. The Ascendancy is coming for us, and it sounds like they're close. We need to get rid of these soldiers, Aezic answered, and get as far away from here in Kostia as possible for now. Simple, Zario said. Just cut off the atmosphere to the room, and let's go. You're that comfortable with killing all those defenseless soldiers? Aezic asked him, surprised. He, however, remembered Zario's orders to his crew back on Ravina, at the outpost in Animov. I'm not comfortable with it, but if it's between that or stopping somewhere and risking the Ascendancy catching us, Zario answered, then I'm at least willing. There's a better way of doing this, Aezic retorted. We're not resorting to the same tactics as these people. And how do you plan on getting them off the ship? Zario pressed Aezic. Did you think they would just be guided politely out of that room? We can handle a handful of these grunts, Aezic said. or I'll do it myself if you aren't going to help. You're insane, Zario conceded. Those guys wouldn't hesitate to put you down. Exactly, Aezic replied. Why would you want to act like them? After finally giving in, Aezic explained how they might onboard the captive soldiers without them seeing Zario or himself, by knocking them out by altering the environment within the room, but they would wait until they were nearing a place to drop them off. In the meantime, the trio did their best to choose a direction they thought would put distance between them and the pursuing Ascendancy ship. Private Kvass of the Sor military gazed around the city square of his home, Ridikin, a modestly sized city for the planet. He was off duty, currently enjoying a special Saurian beverage at his favorite shop that overlooked the central market of Ridikin. The city itself was quite contemporary, being primarily fashioned out of synth metal. Sor was mostly flat and drier than many other inhabited planets in Lumina's system, but the ancient civilizations there had built near what elevated and wet land they could find, and those foundations were where the current cities now stood. Ridikin was one of those cities, and remained its humble size even when newer cities continued to expand. The people who lived in Ridikin also held on to their more ancient traditions. Private Kvass himself was from a family whose past in that city went back further than memory could recall. The Saurian people, while coming together in recent centuries, had always remained within distinct groups around the planet, as the vast majority tended to remain within their own region's boundaries. Despite their cultural distinctions, all of the people of Sor valued the past, attributed sometimes to their ability to see, in some areas of the world, the true physical foundations of their people. Kvass was one who took great pride in his heritage, whether others did or not. While coming from one of the older families, they were nevertheless not always respected. They in fact first appear on the scene of history due to their infamy. In an ancient war that was since amended, one of his ancestors was placed in charge of a dire mission to bring supplies and reinforcements to his allies. Not only had he failed in that task, but he and his battalion, some of whom were his relatives, turned on their own people and instead aided the enemy, bringing a disastrous conclusion to the war. After that, his ancestors who remained in Ridikin were shunned, kept from public life. But slowly, they began to make amends for the evils perpetrated by their traitors' family members. They labored in many different fields, but eventually found metalworking an area where they could best give back to their people. It began with several of his ancestors helping the local metalworker and doing such a fine job that a generation later they were able to open and run twice as many shops. While they never competed, Kvass's relatives eventually began to split from the business run by the primary metalworker's descendants, though the split was never a complete one, as the two families grew close over the years, and eventually merged so much that there now existed a subset of relatives that the two families shared, and these remain the primary owners of the now vast metalworking facilities of Ridikin in Kvass's own day. It has now been a while since Kvass's family began to regain their place in Ridikin society. When that started, many began to once more pursue a variety of other professions, from entertaining to exploring, even politics and diplomacy for a few. They remained wary, however, of rejoining the ranks of the military, even after the cities had come together to defend Sor from new extraterrestrial forces. Kvass believed, though, that there must be much more to their ancestors' military history than what was remembered. He imagined a glorious history preceding the fall of those relatives, whose treason overshadowed all that had been accomplished before them. He didn't know, but he was often convinced that it must be the case. His own family was a family of architects, who worked rather closely with the metalworkers, but once Kvass was old enough, he chose to enter the military, the first of his family to join since that fateful time ages before, while he had only just begun to understand what it meant to be a soldier. He knew that he could not let his family or his people down. As he gazed out into the crowded marketplace, with all of the new and traumatized faces of the refugees of Metezkar, he was reminded that he now had others he must call his own and protect. A while passed since the Ascendancy officer had contacted the ship that Aezic, Zario, and Vala had taken over. They hadn't gone back to the Kostian hostages, in case the Ascendancy soldiers in the other room would be alerted to their movements and become suspicious of their motives. But Aezic felt that by now, they should have been able to lose the pursuing Ascendancy ship, and now began searching for a suitable place to leave the prisoners. "We're not too far from Brunil," Vala commented, as she looked at the navigation terminal. "That might be a good spot." Brunil was an enormous, gaseous planet, but it had 3 moons, simply known to the major powers as Bru, Ni, and Al. They were all inhabited and classified as independent worlds, which had reached some form of advanced space technology, and thus had communication with at least one of the major powers. In the case of Brunil, they had dealings to some extent with all 3 powers, and welcomed them on planet. "Good," Aezic replied. "We'll be able to drop them wherever we want there, and should get away without much hassle." While considered to have advanced space technology, even some inherited from the major powers, the Brunilian moons, like other independent worlds, were not equipped to easily deal with something like the Ascendancy frigate that Aezic and the others occupied. Once arriving in Brunil's local space, Zario quickly made for the closest of the moons, Ni. Soon though, just before Aezic was going to knock out the captured Ascendancy soldiers, Vala, who was seated at the nav terminal, started an alarm. "It can't be. They're coming almost straight at us, off port. Our sensors are picking them up now. It's a battleship." "They must have guessed our destination," Aezic tried to think coolly. "Just get us out of here, Zario. We should be able to outrun them." "Don't have to tell me twice," Zario said, kicking the ship's throttle into top speed, and veering right to gain distance from the pursuers. But the enemy ship had been making too direct a course toward them. "It's no good, they're in range," Vala nearly shouted. "Keep going," Aezic ordered. Then he ran to the engineering terminal, flipped some switches, then quickly ran out from the bridge. The ship's shields activated. "Wait, where are you?" "That's just great," Zario said, refocusing his attention on escaping. Aezic ran down the ship's corridors until he reached the room where the Kostian citizens were, and swung the door open. Glaus and the others were startled. "Aezic, what's the matter?" he asked, after seeing some concern on the lieutenant's face. "The Ascendancy found us," Aezic began. People all began to panic. "Everyone needs to come with me to the bridge immediately." "Come on," Glaus said. "You heard him." The voter waited until the other 8 citizens, 4 women, 3 elderly men, and a boy, made their way out before he finally followed. As they passed the room with the Ascendancy soldiers, Aezic could hear one demanding to know what was happening. Their questions were answered soon by a blast that shook the ship. Again, the Kostian citizens began to panic. "Let's go," Aezic shouted over them. "Follow me." They soon made it to the bridge, where Zario and Vala were almost just as shaken up as the Kostians. "What do we do, Zin?" Zario implored. "Aezic," Vala now spoke. "They're sending fighters." Aezic was about to answer, then one of his headaches hit him hard. He then thought for a moment he was having a flashback, but without any idea as to what he was flashing back to. Once he recomposed himself, he began. "Do any of you have any experience on a ship? I know you do, Glaus. I'll need you here." One of the old men spoke up. Yes, I used to fly one of the salvage ships." "Good," Aezic replied. "Take Zario's place on the helm. Keep us going directly away from the Ascendancy ship as fast as we can go. And you," he pointed to one of the women, "take Vala's station and watch the monitor. Make sure we stay right in front of their ship. Boater, take the engineering station and follow Vala's instructions." He then turned to Vala. "You'll need to help him keep the ship intact if we are fired on. I trust you have enough experience to do that. Zario and I are going to get on the guns, but you need to be here in case they try to contact Madame Fireblade." "Oh, okay," Vala said with some hesitation. "Got it. I can do this." "All right, let's go," Aezic said to Zario. "Wait," came another voice. It was the Kostian boy. "I want to come. I can help." "Have you ever seen a weapon before now, kid?" Aezic asked him. He knew there were more guns, though, and more people on them would certainly help. "No," he quietly answered. "But I want to help. I need to help." Aezic looked at the boy curiously. He's different from the others, he thought. "Fine, but you need to listen to everything I say." "Yes, sir," the boy said with a bit more confidence now. "What's your name?" Aezic then asked him. It's Artis, sir. Well, I'm happy to fight by your side, Artis, Aezic replied. And call me Aezic, and this is Zario. Now let's go. Aezic, Zario, and the young Kostian boy, Artis, then set off down another corridor, and soon came to two coves, one on the left and one on the right, each with a ladder leading up and down. Zario went down to the left and Aezic went up to the right, and motioned to Artis to go below him. Each of the spots were wired to communicate with the rest. The weapon system was relatively simple, so Aezic ran Artis through the basics, but then they soon ran out of time to prepare, as 8 fighters rushed toward them. Get ready, Aezic said, focusing. Remember to breathe, and don't tense up. Artis was feeling a mixture of nearly every emotion he ever had, from fear and anxiety, to excitement and anticipation, to guilt. He wasn't sure what was wrong with him. This isn't how a Kostian is supposed to feel, he thought. We are supposed to be peaceful, but why then, Omnis, are you asking me to do this? Before he got an answer, he was thrown back to reality by a hail of plasma fire from the team of fighters. He had missed their initial run. Hey, Aezic shouted, don't freeze up on me already, kid. I'm not, Artis yelled back, and he recommitted himself, turning in the weapons array for the next attack. For my people, he thought again, I can do it. The fighters came back around after making their first run, but one had already been blown to pieces by Aezic. The remaining 7 came 3 from one side and 4 from another on their second attack run from the bow of the frigate. Again, Aezic connected, sending one of the enemies spiraling back toward the enemy battleship. Zario too landed a good hit, blowing up a fighter's energy capacitor. Artis did not come close. They're so fast, was all his mind could comprehend before they were out of his range. The last 5 fighters coalesced once more behind their ship, then together ascended above the frigate. Watch out, Zin, Zario warned. I don't think they like you. I see them, Aezic said, trying to track the group that seemed to be gunning for him. You might want to get out of there, Zario said again nervously. The fighters spread their ranks into a V formation and fired on Aezic's weapons array. He was able to take out the lead fighter before a few blasts connected with his system. The others heard him cry out in pain. Aezic, Zario shouted with a tone of concern. I'm fine, came the reply, to his and Artis's relief. The array's fried, though, moving to the other. He deftly slid down the ladder, then stopped, addressing the Kostian boy. Don't worry, he reassured him. You can do this. He then crossed over the corridor and climbed the other ladder into the other weapons array above Zario. Artis didn't know it, but all the blood seemed to have drained from his face. He saw that the attack on Aezic had pierced through his synth plate and charred his left arm and shoulder. He was deathly afraid now, but he had no time to think about what was happening, because the last 4 fighters had now split ranks and were firing on them at will. He shot wildly at one of the fighters that passed by him, but again missed completely. He couldn't keep his hands steady. Zario took several shots at the remaining fighters as they passed by, and was finally successful in disabling one enough that it too had to return to the battleship, leaving 3 enemies. But then one of the fighters landed a devastating blow to the ship. Oh, that can't be good, Zario said worriedly, as the ship reacted violently. By then, Aezic had made it to the other weapons array, and took out the fighter that had made contact with their frigate. One of the last 2 turned back toward the battleship, but Zario blasted it on its retreat. The last fighter was heading straight for Artis. Look sharp, kid, Aezic yelled. He's coming for you. Artis knew that. He tensed, but then tried to do what Aezic said. The fighter approached rapidly. His plasma fire sprayed all around Artis, nearly connecting with his weapon. He took a deep, shaky breath, then closed his eyes and fired away at the fighter. Then there was silence, soon broken by Aezic. You did it. Not bad, kid. Vala's extensive training in the New World Alliance military had hardly prepared her for a scenario such as this. She was nowhere near the rank to be commanding a ship. As the leader of a fighter squad, she hadn't even been part of a bridge crew yet, other than the little she had done with Aezic. Her officer training at least gave her knowledge on all the roles on the bridge. Fodor, she started, once Aezic and the others left. Get ready to work the shields. Right, Glaus answered, and studied the engineering console's visual display a little while, which showed the shield's power, strength, and coverage. The enemy fighters flew past the bridge's viewport at blinding speed, raining plasma fire on them, then came around for their second attack run. Now aimed toward the bridge, Vala had Glaus pull shield power toward the bow of the ship. With no one on the bridge's weapons, they weren't able to fire on the fighters themselves. The system was so vastly updated from the old Ascendancy models he was used to that it was more foreign than Glaus imagined it would be, and it was all he could do to localize the shield toward the front of their vessel. Again, the fighters screamed past without doing much damage. As Vala watched them from the nav terminal, she then ordered Glaus to transfer the shield to the top of the ship. Aezic and the others are making short work of them, Vala thought. But Glaus was unable to figure out how to move the shield. It had been one thing to switch from full coverage to partial coverage, but it had begun by shielding the bow. Glaus looked at Vala sorrowfully. I don't know what to do. Just then, plasma fire from the fighters connected with the ship, setting the other Kostian civilians off balance and into another fright. Hurry, Vala told him. Turn it back to full coverage of the ship. Glaus began to do as she said, but before the shield could react, another blast rocked their frigate, this time sounding as though it had done some serious damage. And the shield's set now, Glaus confirmed. I'm sorry. It's all right, Vala reassured him. You did what you could. Soon the remaining fighters were defeated, and the people on the bridge breathed a sigh of relief, along with Aezic, Zario, and Artis on the weapons. I think we made it, Vala said, as they continued to gain distance from the Ascendancy battleship. Moments later, Aezic and the others came through the bridge door. They didn't look as relieved as they should have. Aezic, your arm, Vala started upon seeing Aezic's injury. It's not that bad. Are any of you ship mechanics? He asked everyone on the bridge. I know a little from salvaging, Glaus answered. Follow me, hurry, Aezic replied. Glaus, now worried once more, followed Aezic and Zario quickly back out from the bridge. Turning down a few corridors, they finally came to the source of the concern. It was the energy capacitor. Glaus looked at it for a short time, then his face became grave. We need to get off the ship as soon as possible, he told the others, then pointed to what was a large, sparking tube running above the corridor. It's beyond repair. This ship has a dual system. This is the coupling running to this side of the ship, but the system is destroyed over here. This coupling is going to keep trying to feed the broken system and overload it. Then the energy capacitor will explode, along with the rest of the ship. Are you kidding? Zario blurted out. Is there anything you can do to put it off? Aezic asked. Can we disable the coupling? It would take resetting the entire capacitor, which would require a full stop, Glaus said. The Ascendancy would surely catch us in the meantime, but it might be our only choice. I can make a few repairs to hold off the inevitable for a little longer, but that's all it will be doing. Do it, Aezic told him. Zario, help him with whatever he needs. Sure, Zario said. I certainly don't have anything better to do. Aezic went back to the bridge and relayed the update, after Artis had already given them the initial news. The Kostians began to panic, all but Artis. Aezic tried to bring order. Please, this isn't helping. We're going to get out of this. He looked at the nav array and tried to plot a new course to the closest planet that still kept them away from the battleship. They weren't too far from the next planet, but it was a pre-space age world, a world that hadn't yet had contact with any space age civilizations. The closest civilized planet was not very close at all, but they didn't have any other choice. Okay, Aezic began again. Give us a slight turn starboard. We're heading for Kithmir. A Federation planet? Vala asked, stunned. And won't the Ascendancy guess where we're going again? There's nothing we can do about it, Aezic answered. Hopefully the Ascendancy doesn't suspect we're disabled, and they'll call off the chase. And hopefully the Federation doesn't immediately fire on us. Hope was all they could do. Hope the Ascendancy turned around. Hope the Tansorian Federation would give them a chance. and hoped the Glass's patch job would hold long enough. It was a lot more hoping than Aezic was used to. "Something is going on out there, I tell you," Drop said to the rest of his crew, trapped in a storage room on their own ship. He was near the door and was listening to the sound of footsteps rushing past them down the corridor. "Hey," he yelled, "let us out of here, you pirate scum! You're only making things worse for yourselves." Just then, the ship was shaken by a heavy blast. Drop spun around and stared wide-eyed, as though he could see their attackers through the ship's hull. "We're out of time. They're here." The captured Ascendancy soldiers could hear much of the fight that took place against the fighters, including the hit to the energy capacitor. But they were surprised when the firefight ceased and the ship was still in one piece. "Could they have actually won, leader?" one of the soldiers asked. "No," Drop replied. "No, they would have only made him angry. Very angry. Those pirates are doomed." Aezic, Zario, Vala, and the Kostians tore through space as fast as the Ascendancy frigate would take them, trying to make their way to the Federation planet of Kithmir. Vala patched up Aezic as best she could, and they were making a good heading. Aezic began to think they might actually be able to get there, but whether or not the Federation would let them land was another story. He hoped Kithmir would be more lenient than Tan or Sor, the Federation's core worlds. Just as hope began growing inside him, there was a crashing noise, and the engineering monitor began violently blinking red. "The repairs aren't holding," Glass cried out. "I don't know how much longer the capacitor will last." Aezic rushed back over to the nav array. "This deity of yours exists," he thought. "He doesn't seem to care much about you." Aezic looked at the console, searching for somewhere else, anywhere else, that they could land. Then he shouted to the old Kostian at the helm. "Hard to starboard, now! Change of course!" "Where are we going?" Vala asked. She was shaken up, but she was conscious of the fact that she was less afraid now than when they were drifting through space on the Avian ship. "Inigon," Aezic answered. "We have no other choice." Beyond Lumina, Episode 12, Contact. The next rotation on Sor was one Private Kvass had awaited for quite some time. He had been off duty for about a rotation, preparing to meet with his superior, Sergeant Benta. He had told Kvass that he was going to assign him to a new position. After having spent a lot of time helping refugees and doing a good job of it, Benta thought it was time for a change of pace for the young man, who seemed to be worn out from the emotional struggle of it all. This new position Kvass would be assigned to, however, required him to be promoted from private to first private, a small victory that meant the world to Kvass. Most of those who had joined the military with him had already risen in ranks, but he was not trying to compete with anyone. He was trying to return honor to his family, and this was another triumphant step toward that goal. Kvass eventually returned to the barracks after his short reprieve, and awaited his commander to officially give him his new orders. Sergeant Benta arrived shortly after Kvass. "Private," he said, upon entering the room in which Kvass was waiting. "I suppose this is the last time I can call you that." "Sergeant Benta," Kvass greeted him. "Thank you. It means a lot to me that you think I'm ready for this." I know, his sergeant replied. "You've told me 20 times already. But although you're an airhead sometimes, the fact is you've earned this. Nobody on our team, or even in the whole squad, works as hard or cares about what they do as much as you. That was made even more clear to me with how you've handled the refugee situation so far. But I hope you're ready for more than sentry duty. I'm going to be expecting much more from you, and much less daydreaming." "Of course, Commander," Private Kvass assured him. I'm ready to do whatever needs doing. Good, Ventus said, because I think, whatever has been going on around the system, it's only just beginning. Aezic, Zario, Vala, and the Costians flew the Ascendancy frigate toward the planet of Inagon in desperation. Every now and then the ship would shake, as the damaged power system, still receiving some power through the coupling, continued to explode. The pursuing battleship had dropped off their nav array, but they dared not reset the system, especially now that they were well past Brunio's local space. Their only hope was to make it near enough to Inagon. But Inagon was a pre-space world. They were about to commit one of the greatest crimes in the whole system, but they had no other choice. Are you sure about this, Aezic? Vala asked, the explosions shaking out each word. No, he answered, but it's the only way. If we weren't all system-wide fugitives already, Zario shouted, we will be now. Aezic understood their reluctance. It wasn't an easy decision to make, to possibly disrupt an entire civilization by their interference, but Aezic was determined to get everyone out of the situation. He thought of Irini, the woman back on Kostia whose father was aboard the ship with him, one of the hostages the Ascendancy had taken. He thought of how he didn't want to disappoint her most of all. Then he chastised himself for daydreaming about a woman he hardly knew like a love-struck child. No, he thought. I'm doing this because it's my duty to help people. That, and I need to make it out of this to find out what is going on with my own people. Just then, the damaged power system blew up once more, this time blasting a hole through the port side of the ship. The emergency shields activated, but it was only a matter of time before the capacitor itself would blow the entire vessel apart. I think this is it, Aezic, said Photoglass. We need to cut the power or abandon ship. We'll need to abandon ship anyway if we do that, Aezic replied. He went back to the nav array and tried to calculate how much farther they needed to go. Just a little more, he muttered. Then he said, I'll be right back. Then, Aezic ran over to the engineering console where Glass was seated and began inputting something. What are you doing? Vala asked. The best chance we have at covering our trail is to let the ship go, Aezic answered, and I can't leave those soldiers to die in that room. You can't be serious, Zario retorted. This is too much, Zin. We're about to die and you're still trying to play hero. Aezic wasn't listening, and instead ran out from the bridge once again. For Lumina's sake, this guy wants to get us all killed. Aezic had manipulated the room's environment, as he had planned before, and as desired, had knocked out the 9 Ascendancy soldiers within the room. Then Glaus, Artis, and 2 of the elderly men showed up. We're here to help, Glaus told Aezic. He looked up at them, a little relieved. Good, you two, he said to the elderly men. Go find some more binds and something to blindfold them. We will move them to the bridge. Hurry. One of the old men left as quickly as he could, while the other searched the room in which the Ascendancy soldiers already were. Aezic, Glaus, and Artis began dragging the unconscious soldiers down the corridor and onto the bridge. Soon, the 2 old men returned to the bridge with binds and blindfolds, and set to work on the soldiers that were already there. It only took a few minutes to get them all onto the bridge, where the others finished securing them. Okay, let's get out of here now, please, Zario shouted. He hadn't done anything to help, besides make sure they were prepared to abandon ship. Again, Aezic made his way to the engineering console, where he again engaged a series of commands. Hold on to something, he said. Suddenly the bridge jolted, and sent the Kostians to the floor, despite them heeding Aezic's warning. Then, the bridge separated itself from the rest of the Ascendancy frigate, as its own small power system kicked on, and a gravitational oscillator started propelling them forward, away from the rest of the ship. By Aezic's calculations, they would have enough power in their new escape pod to reach Inagon. He had no idea what they'd do after that. Only a minute after ejecting from the rest of the ship, Aezic looked back through the bridge's door that had become a small viewport. As he saw the remainder of the vessel erupt in a ball of flame behind them. "Hold on!" he yelled again. A moment later, the force of the blast sent their small escape pod barreling through space and sent the passengers all across the bridge. "Move over!" Zario shouted to the old Costian on the helm, shoving him aside. He did what he could and soon managed to stabilize their small capsule. Everyone collapsed out of exhaustion, thinking they'd gotten through the worst of it all. Everyone but Aezic, who wasn't so sure. It wasn't long before their approach to the world of Inagon began. It was rough, even once they entered the atmosphere, due to a large storm they flew into. But the bridge-turned escape pod held together well through the descent. But once they entered the lower atmosphere, they were once more thrown into a panic, as a massive metallic bolt penetrated through the back of their vessel, nearly impaling both Vala and Fodorglaus at the rear of the bridge. "What the?" Zario said, looking back at what had happened. "What is that?" "It's Aetherium," Aezic said in shock. "Get us on the ground, now! We're under attack!" Zario immediately pitched their escape vessel downward, but he couldn't find any clear land. The world of Inagon was mostly water, with some islands and very small continents that were heavily forested. When they safely made it over land, all they saw were large green canopies of leafy trees. "Hang on," Zario said now. "This is going to be rough." Pulling up the best he could, Zario tried to slow the ship down as it crashed into the dense thicket of branches. Then, everything went dark. Reports have confirmed that the independent planet of Ob, currently making its cycle near Sotama, was recently occupied by the Royal Ascendancy, shortly after one of their battleships was found destroyed near Ob's local space. The Free World Alliance has since sent their own forces, along with aid, to the citizens of the independent planet. The Royal Ascendancy, however, has blockaded the planet of Ob, so Alliance aid has yet to successfully make it to the ground. If you would like to help the Obian people in this time of need, funds may be sent directly to the Alliance's Interworld Outreach Program, along with the designation for Ob relief. In related news, the deadly manhunt for an Alliance military officer turned traitor continues. Former Lieutenant Aezic Zin of Ravina is thought to be in league with Ascendancy spies, and continues to evade capture throughout the system, refusing to turn himself in. Reports also indicate that he is tied to the Ascendancy's ship that was destroyed near Ob. A full description of him and the mercenaries he is working with are available on the Alliance network. They were last seen fleeing the local space of Sotama. He and his crew are all extremely dangerous, and if you see any of them, find a safe place and call the authorities. A large reward will be given for helping in the capture of any of the crew members. Aezic gazed out from a white beach across an immense, deep blue sea. The salty breeze blowing from the water was as refreshing as the light of Lumina was on his weary face. As he breathed deeply, Aezic was filled with a great peace, feeling as though all his cares were gone. Then, he suddenly became aware of a presence behind him. Turning, he saw a strange-looking man, very tall and thin, a curiously ambiguous shape, and very pale skin, so bright it seemed to glow in Lumina's rays. But for some reason, Aezic thought he seemed familiar. "Hello," Aezic said to the man. "Who are you?" The man smiled at him. "How odd it is that you do not know." "I'm sorry," Aezic said, feeling as though perhaps he was offending the man. "I meet a lot of people and forget most names. It's not personal." "It's quite all right," the man replied, still smiling. "Perhaps you will get to know me." They looked at one another silently for a few moments. Aezic had no idea what to make of this man. "Can I ask what you're doing here?" Aezic eventually inquired. "I saw you were in need,"
and so I came to help," the man answered. "What do you mean, I'm in need?" Aezic wondered. "I'm fine." "How odd it is for a man to believe he is fine," the man repeated, still bearing the same grin, "when he does not even have a firm place to stand." Aezic was confused as he stared at the man, then out to sea once more, then down where he was standing. He saw then, to his astonishment, that he was standing atop the water of the seas, and immediately he sank into their depths. Then the waves crashed and the waters churned so violently that Aezic couldn't fight them, and he descended into the deep darkness. Through the waters that engulfed him, he thought he could hear the man's voice once again. "When will you begin to trust?" Vala blinked awake, squinting in the bright rays of Lumina that poured into her bedroom, thanks to the clear Rayayu sky. She stretched and yawned, feeling refreshed. She then heard a light knock at her door, and a woman entered who looked much like Vala. "Mother," Vala greeted this woman with a smile. "How are you?" Vala never remembered her mother looking so beautiful before, almost dazzling. "It's good to see you, my child. It is good that we can talk." Her mother returned the smile at first, but then suddenly deep sorrow filled her face. Such a look of grief her mother had never before borne. Vala felt as though she herself would cry from her mother's expression. "Mother, what's wrong?" Vala asked, very concerned. "What's happened?" "Vala Liriris," her mother used her full name. "You must listen to me. Aezic, your friend, is in terrible danger." Vala didn't expect such a response from her mother. What do you mean, mother?" she asked, confused. "How did you know that he is my friend, and what sort of danger is he in?" Vala couldn't recall Aezic telling her of any troubles lately. "Vala," her mother started again more sternly, ignoring her questions. "Listen closely. You must first trust what you learned at the temple. You must then trust Aezic and his practical judgment, and nothing else. But at the same time, Aezic needs to be guided to his path, and only you can help him get there. It is up to you." I don't understand," Vala stammered. "What trouble is he in? What is this path?" "There is no time," her mother said quickly. "The walls are already collapsing." Vala looked around. Her room was falling apart, and there was nothing at all on the other side of the walls. "Remember what you must do," was the last thing she heard her mother say. Vala suddenly awoke, and was immediately aware she was being moved roughly. Aezic woke with a start, spitting up water that was pouring onto him. Shaking his head, he noticed a small stream of water, the remnants of the deluge, leaking through a crack in the escape pod's hull. What a weird dream, he thought. It hadn't felt like one, but then, he was actually being drowned by the ship's makeshift rainspout. Looking out of the craft, which was relatively well preserved despite a rough landing, Aezic saw nothing but forest, aside from the trail they had blazed through it. Even in the dense woods, the howling of the wind through the cracks in the ship was evident as soon as Aezic was conscious, as he recalled that the weather was bad when they had arrived on the wet and green, free-space planet of Inagon. Lumina wasn't out yet. It was pitch black beyond the glow of the few lights of the escape pod that still worked in the smoldering wreckage. Aezic, once fully awake, then began accounting for everyone that was on board, and immediately noticed that there were only 3 Ascendancy soldiers remaining in the escape pod, none of which were Drop or his officers. The 3 were still bound, so Aezic let them alone. They were still knocked out, but whether from Aezic's manipulation of the environment or the harsh landing, he couldn't say. But the others were also unconscious. Once Aezic started moving around, however, he started to hear some of the others stirring as well. "Yep," Aezic heard Zarya's voice after a loud groan. Definitely still alive. The two slowly made their way to their feet, then helped the costume to stay. Everyone seemed fine, except Vala, who remained unconscious. Aezic found a wound on the side of her head that he deemed the cause. Their escape pod luckily still had sufficient medical supplies to treat her injuries, and Aezic set to work repaying her favor to him. Say what you want about them, Zario began again, but the Ascendancy knows how to make a sturdy ship, if nothing else. Once Aezic had patched Vala up, he turned his attention toward everyone else, namely Artis, the young costume boy. Hey, how are you holding up? Aezic asked him. I'm good, the boy replied. Just a couple little bumps for me. I was lucky. Aezic thought the boy was off a little, as though he was in shock or something. It was not luck, my boy, Photoglass said, sitting next to Artis, with a bandage around his left hand. He put the other hand on the boy's shoulder. Omnis is with us. Oh yeah, Zario chimed in, feeling slighted. No need to thank me for the great landing, old man. Glass grinned and replied, Yes, and thank Omnis you were with us to have seen us through such an ordeal. Aezic rolled his eyes, then felt a little bad, but he didn't think anyone noticed. He turned his attention back to Vala, but then one of the Ascendancy soldiers bolted awake. Well, where am I? He shouted in alarm. What's going on? Aezic could hear the fear in his voice, and he felt sorry for the soldier. He was a young man. He noticed that the soldier was the same one that had addressed them on the bridge. Aezic thought perhaps it would be alright to remove the blindfold, now that the officers were gone. The Ascendancy soldiers squirming and yelling had roused his other two young companions, who were starting to get agitated in turn. After looking at everyone very intentionally, trying to signal to them that they needed to begin the act, Aezic made his way to the three enemy soldiers and uncovered their eyes. Enough, Aezic said roughly. We are in the middle of a forest on a pre-space planet, and your commanders have abandoned you. You have two choices. Either stay here and comply with everything I say, or leave right now and try your luck out there. Take your pick. The Ascendancy trio looked at one another fearfully. Then two of them took off in a stumbling sprint out of the escape pod, into the dark forest. The soldier who was first awake was the only one who stayed. Strange of you to throw your lot in with pirates who hijacked your ship, Aezic said to him. The soldier's voice faltered a moment. I figured if you were giving us the choice, then you were planning on killing us. And it seems a better place in here at the moment than... He looked outside, in the unknown wilderness. Out there. Aezic stared at him. Why does he have to make this difficult? He wondered. He couldn't bring himself to force the young soldier, who was clearly afraid, out into the strange forest. Fine, then sit there and be quiet. One wrong move and my associate won't hesitate to blast you. Zarya looked at the Ascendancy soldier menacingly, resting his hand on the handle of his plasma pistol. The soldier quickly nodded, his face pale. Aezic then turned to the Kostians, continuing the act. All of you, get to work patching up the ship. Who knows how long we'll be stuck here. This is all the shelter we have from whatever and whoever is out there. Glaus then instructed the group on what to do, while Aezic tried to figure out what systems still worked. Both the nav array and the comms were down. However, Aezic thought there may still be a chance to repair communications, but he would have to go outside the ship to do it, so he was going to wait until the storm subsided. Then, Aezic thought he heard something knock against the top of their escape pod, but he couldn't be certain over the clamor of the storm. He tried to sharpen his hearing, and peered out into the darkness, attempting to catch a glimpse of something. Then he heard another noise on the top of the pod. It almost sounded like something moving. He looked at Zario, who seemed to notice it too. Something's out there, Aezic warned everyone. But then a small, round object, which looked like a dried melon, came rolling into the pod from one of the cracks above them. Aezic looked at it in alarm as it began to smoke profusely, quickly clouding the room. "It's poison," he exclaimed. "Are there any masks on the bridge?" he asked the Ascendancy soldier through coughs. It was no use. The soldier was already out cold, and Aezic could feel himself starting to slip into unconsciousness too. The Ascendancy leader on board the ship that was pursuing Aezic and the others was in a very bad mood as he sat in the command chair on the bridge of the large battleship. This in turn put the rest of the crew on edge, never being too sure how, or on whom, he would decide to relieve his anger. Luckily for the other Ascendancy soldiers, there was a turn in their favor. The Ascendancy leader, known as Master Omen, had opened communications with another low-ranking officer to discuss what their next steps would be. "I believe they've crashed on Inigon," Master Omen explained. "I'm not taking my ship there. I'm leaving you to deal with it now." "And you're sure he was on board?" the officer over the comms asked. "There's no other way," Master Omen confirmed. "So figure out how you're going to take care of this. I have more important matters to discuss now with the High Masters." Omen did not wait for a response from the other officer, and instead ended communications. "Keep on toward Ravina. Open channels to all High Masters and the Grand Master. Then get out," he ordered his helmsman. Then he added, more to himself, "It seems we must have a conversation about the curve from Kastia." Zario slowly regained consciousness, groggily rolling his head, then shaking himself awake. The storm had let up while he was out, and he could tell Lumina was upon them, as he could finally make out some details of the forest beyond the crash site. He looked around and saw that all the others were still aboard the escape pod bridge, all except for Aezic and Vala. Zario stumbled to his feet, and saw he was the only one up. He immediately went over to the Ascendancy soldier and violently shook him awake. The young soldier came to, and began to panic once again, seeing the look in Zario's face. Zario dragged him to a sitting position and shoved him to the nearby wall of the pod. "Was this your people? Was it?" He had a concentrated plasma pistol pointed at the soldier's chest. No, the Ascendancy prisoner sputtered, then started again quickly when he saw Zario become even more angry. I don't know what that was. I never saw anything like it before, I swear." Zario looked at him a few moments longer, then released his grasp around the young soldier's collar and sighed. "What in Lumina are we going to do now?" he muttered. After thinking for a while as the others came to, he turned toward the Kostians. "I guess we have two options. Either we stay here and wait for our attackers to return, or we go out there and hope we don't get killed. I'm not liking our odds in either case, so decide what you're going to do. I'm not dragging anyone through this forest who doesn't want to go." Photoglass immediately looked at the young Kostian, Artis, who had already shown his eagerness to step up when needed. Artis returned the look, as though to give Glass his own answer. The Foder didn't think the others would be up for the arduous task of trekking through the unknown woods. "I think we need to take our chances here," Glass finally said. "But I do not think you should abandon your comrades. We will be just as vulnerable with or without you here, I fear. Perhaps our only chance of making it out is for you to find the others." "Fine," Zario agreed. "And what about this guy?" He gestured to the Ascendancy soldier. "I'm not leaving him here with you, and he'll just cause me problems." "Leave him here," the Foder answered. "We have plenty of weapons now if we must defend ourselves." "Do you know how any of them work?" Zario asked. "Well, no," Glass confessed. Zario rolled his eyes, then proceeded to give a quick lesson to the Kostians on the use of plasma pistols and plasma blades. He then decided against giving plasma blades to any of them except Artis, who was the only one of the bunch who showed enough coordination to wield it somewhat safely.
When he was satisfied enough, Zarya went over to the Ascendancy soldier, doubled up his binds, and even attached him to one of the synth metal beams of the bridge's hull. "Don't move, don't speak, don't even look at them," Zarya commanded the prisoner, who anxiously nodded in understanding. He then turned to Artis. "You're in charge now, kid," Zarya said. "Do your best to keep them safe, and watch out for more of those smoking melons." "I will," Artis replied, trying to sound confident. Inside, however, he felt as though he had failed his people once already, during the battle with the Ascendancy fighters. He didn't think he was up to the task anymore. That supernatural courage that seemed to fill him before was now gone. He had no choice now, though, as Zarya exited the escape pod and set out alone into the deep wilderness that laid in every direction, in search of Aezic and Vala. Beyond Lumina, Episode 13, Savages. A tempest raged across a large, forest-covered island in the dead of night. Two figures sat in the treetops, cloaked in the vast darkness. Suddenly, they saw an astonishing light pierce through the forest canopy. The light grew larger and brighter, and the two figures moved and watched the phenomenon cautiously and anxiously. The light descended into the woods not far from the two figures, followed by an immense crashing sound. After a moment of silent agreement, the two figures began to move toward the disturbance. The two silhouettes traversed slowly but methodically through the rough storm, and eventually came upon a crash site, where a large metal ship lay half in ruin amongst a plethora of downed trees. There were openings in the vessel, intentional and unintentional, that allowed vision inside. The two figures waited in the darkness nearby and watched those within. Soon getting a grasp of the situation, the duo descended to the wet ground and approached the craft. Any sound their quiet footsteps made drowned by the din of the storm. Then one of them mounted the side of the vessel and deftly ascended to the top of the wreckage. Creeping along the top, the figure pulled from within folded garments a small spherical object which had been picked up and manipulated while the two were on their way to their current location. Just then, one of the inhabitants of the ship spoke, and the person atop the ship hurried to the crack in the hull and tossed the spherical object inside. After several moments and a little struggle, all sound within the crashed pod quieted, and the shadowed figure on top then went inside. Once it was safe, the one still outside gave a call like an animal that was loud enough to be heard over the downpour. On the ground was a thick piece of tree bark with some strong vines tied to it, quickly crafted once the duo reached the crash. The one within the ship then unlatched the door, and the two then dragged out two of the people dwelling within, the two they thought looked the most important, and placed them on top of the large slab of bark. Soon after, two big steed-like beasts trotted into sight, coming up to the two figures. The figures attached the vines to the beasts, then mounted them and took off into the dark forest. "Keep up, or you're getting left behind," the harsh voice of Drop pierced even through the heavy storm. Upon coming to after the crash, Drop's subordinate, Crag, noticed he was the only one conscious. He quickly awoke Drop and his co-officer Nail, and they quickly escaped with 3 of the other soldiers who were still unconscious, Crag dragging 2 of them out and Nail the other. At this point, all were awake and walking on their own. However, one of the soldiers had his leg injured in the crash and was struggling to maintain the normal pace of the others who were seeking an escape from the seemingly endless woods.
Drop knew they were completely on their own at this point. The Ascendancy was certainly not going to send a rescue party for them. He knew how expendable they all were. Indeed, Drop was ready to rid himself of all the incompetent soldiers he was currently forced to lead, save for his 2 officers, who were the only people Drop trusted in the entire system. The 6 Ascendancy soldiers had been walking for quite some time, and eventually the storm began to subside, and they even began seeing a few of Lumina's rays peeking ever so slightly through the labyrinth of trees behind them. After the hours of pitch-black darkness, even this seemed to illuminate the entire forest. All Drop could hope was that they would eventually find a way out of the forest, and then they would be just fine. First Private Kvass walked with Sergeant Benta, his superior, up many flights of stairs of a tower to the top, where a control room was located. Now newly promoted, Benta was going to prepare him for another job, maintaining Ridikin's monitoring station. Once inside, among an array of machines, Benta began to tutor Kvass. Eventually he made his way to the main task of monitoring communications coming from off-world. This here, Benta said, pointing to one of the many displays, will cycle through all frequencies and pick up anything incoming, which will show up here. He pointed to another screen. Here's a good example, Benta continued, after selecting one of the pieces of data. This one has actually been showing up ever since the attack on the Alliance warship out in our local space. We have no idea what it is or where it's coming from. Nothing has changed about it, though, so it's becoming less of a worry and more just an oddity, if I do say so myself. But it seems too man-made to just be interference. Kvass listened to the strange audio and agreed. It was definitely not just random noise. It's strange that nobody knows what it is, though, the new first private wondered out loud. Indeed, his commander concurred. It's certainly not one of our signals, or of any other Federation world. And the longer you listen to it, the more it becomes just one loop. I can't imagine what kind of message it's broadcasting out here where no one will understand. Anyway, that's basically what you'll be doing, but you'll be dealing with real communications. Like this one here. Another piece of data had just appeared on the monitor. It's a normal landing code. You'll just have to clear... Benta stopped. Wait a minute. That's not just any code. That's a high security signal. But that's not one of our ships. Aezic slowly came to and tried to focus his mind. He was soon aware that he was being dragged along the ground on some type of sled, bound hand and foot with something thick and strong. The storm was now just a light drizzle, and Lumina seemed to be nearing the horizon. Aezic could just barely make out his immediate surroundings, and also felt that there was someone else with him. It was Vala, who was still unconscious. Aezic tried to tell if she was further injured by their captors, but he himself felt fine, so figured her condition was still just a combination of her head injury and the poisonous gas they had inhaled aboard the escape pod. Aezic then tried to get a look at the ones who had taken them, but it was yet too dark to see, and it was hard to turn fully to view them. He thought he saw some large beast pulling them, but besides that he couldn't tell. They were moving at an easy pace, and it seemed they were on some type of path, because the ride was rather smooth. Aezic thought he would have a shot at escaping, if it weren't for his legs being tied, and if it weren't for Vala also being captured. Well, we aren't dead yet, Aezic thought reassuringly, so maybe there's a chance to save ourselves wherever we're being taken. I guess it's the only chance we have. Just then, they stopped, and Aezic thought he heard something moving through the woods nearby. A beast made a grunting noise. The one pulling them, Aezic discerned. He heard nothing else now but the dripping of the wet forest, and after a few moments, the beast, or beasts, he was beginning to think, began pulling them again. Soon, Vala began to stir, and slowly blinked awake. She too realized quickly that she was a prisoner, but was somewhat relieved when she turned and saw Aezic next to her. He motioned for her not to speak. Together they would be able to access their synth-blade plasma cutters, specifically made for such situations, but it would not be a silent process, and their captors were sure to hear them freeing themselves. Their best bet was to act as quickly as possible. But before they began, the beasts came to a stop once again. The sky above the dense canopy of trees was supposedly bright, but little light filtered in to where Aezic and Vala were. Nevertheless, Aezic could have sworn he saw something like structures up in the large trees. He kept telling himself that his eyes were playing tricks on him, until he found it harder and harder to believe this. Suddenly, Aezic and Vala were jolted upward, as the ropes once tying them to the two beasts were now hoisting them into the trees. The two Ascendancy soldiers had made a break for it through the dark, stormy forest after being given the chance to flee the escape pod of their hijacked ship. They were now drenched even through their synth plate, and huddled under an overhang that formed a slight cave. "I don't know about all this," the one said. "Maybe we should go back and see if they'll still let us stay. It's nasty out here." "No way," replied the other. "Our only chance is to find High Leader Drop and the others. We just have to hold out until the storm clears." "But what if the storm doesn't clear?" asked the first. "What if it's like this here all the time?" "That's impossible," the second answered. "There's no way that—" "Wait," he paused. "Did you hear that?" The two Ascendancy soldiers tried to sharpen their sense of sound, then both heard what sounded like a carriage coming closer. The second soldier motioned to the first to get up and see what it was. Reluctantly, the first one climbed out of their cove and poked his head over the top toward where the sound was coming from. For a moment, he could make out the shape of what looked like people riding two large beasts, and he quickly ducked back down. As he did, they heard the passerby stop. The two soldiers crouched there holding their breath, not daring to make another noise. Soon enough, the beasts began moving once more. A while later, the first soldier spoke again. "I think we should get back to the ship now. I'll take the pirates over this place." "I agree," the second finally affirmed. "But which way is the ship?" "Really out of your element here, Mr. Lawner," Zario said to himself as he scoured blindly through the dense, dark forest, looking for Aezic and Vala. He had very little experience with such wilderness expeditions, and had no idea what to look for. He spotted something that seemed like it could be a path, and he had followed it from their crash site. Now he had lost both the path and some hope. What are you even doing out here looking for these fools? Mecca was right. Maybe I put too much faith in this guy. I can't let her know she was right, though. I'll have to find them and get back to prove her wrong. I hope they're doing all right. His thoughts drifted to his own crew, his family, especially his actual sister, Mecca, who, for all he knew, had by now been captured by the Ascendancy or the Alliance. He had little time to worry, though, for once Lumina finally started faintly shining through the cracks of the forest, Zario saw one of the last things he expected. Hurrying, the mercenary leader quickly reached the end of the woods. He came out upon a sprawling beach, and on the opposing shore, an active port. A port full of Royal Ascendancy cruisers. Lumina's rays, Zario swore to himself. What is the Ascendancy doing operating on a pre-space world? I can't believe they're getting away with it without the other two powers finding out. How many other uncivilized worlds have they already infiltrated? That nagging feeling Zario kept getting, that something big was happening and that it was not good, was getting stronger. Zario stealthily made his way close enough to the main port to get a feel for their situation. He knew he couldn't risk actually going in, because there were sure to have been reports of his crew in both Ascendancy and Alliance space by now. The Ascendancy is too strict to just leave an easy escape route for us. Zarya thought as he scoured the bay for a vessel they might steal. Just then, he spotted Drop and the other Ascendancy soldiers from the ship, and quickly ducked behind some trees. No time now, he thought. They're going to be sending a squadron to check out the crash for sure now. I gotta get back. Zarya turned and hurried back down the way he had come through the forest. He didn't make it very far, however, before being struck on the head from behind and falling unconscious. Did you not hear what I told you, you insubordinate? High Leader Drop of the Ascendancy scolded a low-ranking officer. It was our Ascendancy escape vessel you saw, and it is full of important prisoners that I need you to bring back here immediately. My crew and I need some rest after our ordeal. The leader in charge of that docking bay sputtered out a hesitated response. I'm sorry, sir, but I don't have the authority to. Don't give me excuses, Drop shouted. I'm not trying to, sir, the leader replied hastily. It's just that I have to tell my superiors about it first. Well, hurry up and get to it then, Drop yelled again. And get there with as many men as you can, and bring those prisoners back immediately. They are extremely valuable to our cause. And we will need transport out of here. There's no need for us to stay. The commander, once aware of the situation, made all the arrangements needed, and a squad soon prepared to set off for the escape vessel with a small unit of soldiers. Oh, and by the way, Drop finally added, I should mention a few pirates who hijacked the ship are on board the escape pod. Now go! First Private Kvass and Sergeant Benta stood with the sergeant's entire unit at the airlock, awaiting the occupants of the foreign ship that had openly broadcast a highly classified, high-security landing signal. Benta didn't feel certain he should let anyone else know about the signal until he could verify for himself what was going on. He would have to play it off for the time being with whomever else may have seen the signature bearing the code. When the airlock opened before him and his men, only a handful of soldiers wearing unfamiliar armor stood in front of them. Who are you? Identify yourselves, Sergeant Benta demanded, his soldiers armed and at the ready. I will give you all the information you'll need once we're somewhere secure, said the man in front quickly, who seemed to be the commander of the small crew. And first, please trust us enough to dismiss all your non-officer subordinates. We need to keep our meeting more private than that. You expect me to take orders from some foreign soldiers who have just barged in here with a classified landing code? Benta shot back. Why don't you start by telling me how you came about that signal? For now, if you love your nation and your world, the stranger started, you must risk trusting us at least that much, or else more than just the Tansorian Federation will be in danger. Benta wasn't one to be intimidated easily, but he was shaken now by the man's urgent and troubled attitude. At least tell me who you are first, and how you came about that signal, he asked quietly. The man only looked at him sternly. Okay, fine, Benta finally said, then addressed his lower-ranking subordinates. Go on, you're dismissed, but stay close, and remain on alert for anything out of the ordinary. Anything else, that is. As the non-officers began leaving, Benta stopped Private Kvass. You stay, he said. Kvass eagerly but anxiously obeyed. As Sergeant Benta led the crew to an isolated location, he asked again. Now, could you at least tell us who you people are? I think we've earned that much. I agree. You have earned at least that, the leader of the foreign crew finally replied. I am called Jay, and I come on behalf of the Ravinian military, as well as your leader, the Prime Minister of Sor. Aezic and Vala stood shackled in what seemed to be a large hall, cut out within an even larger tree, surrounded by natives lightly clad in animal skins. Ahead of them was one they took to be the leader or chief, who seemed to be reprimanding in their native tongue the two who had brought the outsiders to the place. Aezic couldn't be sure, of course. They were both young women who looked like they could be sisters. The man was large and muscular, primal, but with an air of importance and regality about him. Then he spoke to Aezic in common. "Where do you come from, outsiders?" he asked in a booming voice. Aezic, not one to be intimidated, still also knew how to handle such a situation better than most, though he was startled that the leader could speak the language of space when they were not to have had contact with any other worlds yet. But Aezic replied as honestly as he could. "We apologize for disturbing you and your people," Aezic bowed, then began again. "But, though it may be difficult to grasp at first, we come from another world, up there." He now pointed toward the sky. Before he started again, the leader stopped him. "I know that you come from another planet," he said dryly. "What I want to know is where you come from and who your people are." Now even more surprised, Aezic tried finding the right words. "I see. We weren't aware you have made contact with other worlds already. My name is Aezic, and this is Vala. We come from a place known as Ravina." The leader of the natives stared at him suspiciously. "Ravina? I have not heard of such a place. Is it part of the Order?" "I'm not sure what order you speak of," Aezic answered, confused. "We are part of the Free World Alliance, one of the 3 major powers of our star system." "I see," the leader said. Then he turned and spoke to a few of the other natives in their own language. Those men, who seemed to be guards, then advanced on Aezic and Vala. Aezic got ready to defend himself, but the chief spoke again to him in common. "Do not worry, we will not harm you, but I cannot allow you to leave here. For now, please follow these men to a place you can stay and rest. We will bring you something to eat, and I will come to speak with you again shortly." "I thank you for your hospitality and your understanding," Aezic said, still wary of the situation, but less so now that they didn't seem to be in immediate danger. If they wanted to get rid of them, they could have done so already, instead of giving them a place to stay and a meal. But there was one more problem. "I asked, though," Aezic began, "that you send some of your people back to rescue the rest of my crew from the wreckage of our ship. It seems it's not too far from here." "We have already sent a party out to bring them back here, whether you are an enemy or not," the chief replied. "We cannot have outsiders wandering around on our island. Not anymore." Aezic wondered what he meant by "anymore." "Thank you again," he said to the chief. Then he and Vala allowed the guards to escort them to their accommodations. With his still racking headache, the chief's hospitality was more than appreciated, as it would be the best rest he had gotten in a while. The rain had let up, and Lumina was slowly dispelling the darkness of the forest. Artis sat in the wreckage of the escape craft with Fodor-Glaus, 5 other Kostians, and one of the Ascendancy soldiers, still cuffed to the hull of the pod. Artis had been nervously keeping watch, still wishing Azario hadn't left him in charge after his failure during the space skirmish. Fodor-Glaus had noticed the young man's changed mood. "What is it, my boy?" he eventually asked. It's nothing, Fodor," Artis mumbled. "Just nervous, that's all." "That's to be expected, lad," Glaus replied. "This is all new not only for you, but for all of us Kostians. Even those of us who go out salvaging have never experienced a dogfight such as that in space, let alone something like being shot down and stranded on a remote planet. But you've already shown your spirit, and your ability to overcome those fears you have, for the good of others. I know that I have faith in you, Artis." "But I didn't do anything," Artis admitted to the old man. "I was scared the whole time, and I froze up. I only made it out alive out of sheer luck. My eyes weren't even open. I only acted at first because I felt like I was being called to do something, but once it began, I was too frightened to even move." He was ashamed of himself. "What did I say earlier?" Glaus asked the boy. I told you there is no such thing as luck, and certainly not in this case. You don't believe you were called by Omnis? You may have been afraid, but you answered when you were called upon. That itself takes great courage, and it isn't like we can do anything by our strength alone anyway. It takes the power of the one inside of us to move us to such action, and to accomplish what seems impossible. That is what I see inside of you, my boy. And in time, who knows what Omnis may have in store for you. Great things, I'm certain. Artis smiled, and his mind began to clear. But just then, they both heard something outside the pod, which then violently busted through the cracked hall. It's this way, look, be quiet. One of the Ascendancy soldiers loudly whispered to the other. The two grunts who were left behind by Drop and then fled the wreckage were now back at the pod, now being guarded, they noticed, only by Artis. The rain had stopped, and the soldiers knew their approach wouldn't be as silent as they'd hoped. Nevertheless, they advanced on the vessel, armed with pieces of synth metal rubble from the ship. They were able to spot Artis and Photoglaus sitting and talking within the pod, and they seemed distracted. "All right, let's go," one of the soldiers said, and they both charged the pod, hoping to take it and the weapons, kill everyone inside except Glaus, and then find the rest of their crew. As the two Ascendancy soldiers burst through the crack in the hall, Artis was quickly on his feet, but he was startled and frightened. He had the plasma pistol in his hand, but he was immediately disarmed by one of the soldiers. His hand was injured, and the pistol slid across the floor, over to the other Ascendancy soldier, who was cuffed to the side of the pod, low enough to reach the weapon. None of the other Kostians could react to the surprise attack, but Artis, after being knocked to the ground and disarmed, somehow found the strength of will to draw the plasma blade that Zario gave him, which slashed the leg of one of the two soldiers, bringing him to the ground, crying out in pain. But the other one was too quick, and he managed to knock the blade away from the boy as well. Both Artis and the healthy Ascendancy soldier were in a stalemate, neither able to move for a weapon without the other doing the same, or one of the Kostians drawing their pistol. Before anyone else could arm themselves, however, the Ascendancy soldier chained to the hall picked up Artis's plasma pistol and took aim. "Yes, Grim, shoot him," the free soldier said to the bound one with the weapon in hand. "We can take the pod back from these weaklings." Artis was frozen in fear, staring down the barrel of the plasma pistol. His short life flashed before him. "No!" he thought he heard Glaus cry out. Then, the Ascendancy soldier fired. Beyond Lumina, Episode 14, Meetings. "Excuse me, High Leader Drop." The Ascendancy leader once more approached Drop after discussing the situation with his commander, who then sent out a party to find the other occupants of the crashed escape pod. "You again," Drop snarled. "What is it?" "I'm sorry, sir," the subordinate officer started, "but High Master Rend wants to speak with you and the rest of your crew, if you would follow me, sir." Drop's face went pale. He couldn't even imagine what someone like High Master Rend was doing here, and what he wanted with Drop. He cleared his throat and answered, trying to sound composed, to little avail. "Well, then take us to him already." Entering the large facility, the group walked directly forward, through several sets of doors, and then came to one final set that opened into a massive chamber. Seated in the middle of the room was a large man of direct Ascendancy blood, a mirror, as others called them. The other leader quickly exited and left Drop and his subordinates to High Master Rend, one of the top leaders of the entire royal ascendancy. Only one of pure mere blood could attain the rank of High Master in the royal ascendancy. Drop himself was a mere, but he was only about 2/3 mere, and so while he was held in high regard by the non-mere races of the ascendancy, he was looked down upon by those of more pure blood, especially someone like a High Master. High Officer Drop, Rend's deep voice boomed through the cavernous hall, sending a primordial fear through each of the ascendancy soldiers in his presence. What are you doing here, on this pre-space age planet? You have done the unthinkable. Drop somehow found the strength to answer. High Master, he stammered. Please, we were only following orders when our ship was hijacked by those pirates. Forgive me for not being able to fend them off. You fool, High Master Rend yelled, shaking the entire room. Not only have you come here, you have led enemies here who now know of our secret. I don't care about your excuses nor your orders. None of you can be allowed to live. I will remove the stain of such useless liabilities from the face of the Ascendancy. Nobody that comes here uninvited may leave. Now go and perish. Zarya woke up, bound hand and foot by Aetherium cuffs. Lumina, I guess the Ascendancy got me, he thought. So much for lecturing Mecha and the others. It's like I'm going to be the first one to go. That is, if they're still alive. I guess I shouldn't think like that. It's no use giving up. If I'm going to go down either way, I'll at least make them pay. I just need a chance to do something big. Just then, the door to his prison opened. Several others were thrown in with him. Once he could make out who it was, he was startled. What? It's you? It was Drop and his subordinates. Look, it's one of the Fireblade pirates, said one of the lower-ranking soldiers. Looking closer, Drop suddenly recognized him. No, Drop said, eyeing Zario. That is no pirate, you blind and ignorant fools. That is Zario Launer, one of the fugitives we've been searching for. Then he smiled wryly. We may just survive this yet, my comrades. Sergeant, come in, came a voice over a fighter's comms. Yes, Commander Ravin, replied Master Sergeant Maloon of the Free World Alliance, as she and Corporal Dodds flew through deep space. Give me an update, Sergeant Major Ravin commanded. Sir, his subordinate began. We are on our way through the final sector, approaching Sergeant Reese's last known coordinates. It shouldn't be much longer before we touch down. I'll inform you when we've reached the local space of Inagon. Good, Ravin replied. But remember, Sergeant, and this is of the greatest importance. You must not be seen by anyone, except for Sergeant Reese. Don't let her companions know you are there, and do not let anyone else on the planet know of your presence either. If you do, I cannot guarantee your safety, or the mission's ultimate success. Do not fail me. I won't fail you, Commander. You can count on me, Maloon replied confidently. Her commander cut communications. Then she addressed her own subordinate. All right, you heard the commander. It's up to us to get this operation under control. We don't have any room for mistakes. We secure a zone near Sergeant Reese's location, then I go in alone and find her. The plasma blaster shot rang out in the small escape pod, temporarily deafening everyone within. Artis opened his eyes to see that the bound Ascendancy soldier had shot and incapacitated his ally, allowing the Kostians to quickly seize both enemies when they had come to their senses, and they were once more safe for the time being. The Ascendancy soldier that decided to remain with them had saved Artis's life, and those of the other Kostians, and while Artis himself had made a valiant effort to do the same, he once more felt as though he had come up short, fighting through a blinding fear the entire time, Again, only getting lucky enough to connect with one of the enemy soldiers with the plasma blade he shakily drew. Well now, Photoglass began speaking to the Ascendancy soldier that helped them. Grim, was it? We are all in your debt for saving us. It's all right, the turncoat soldier, named Grim, replied timidly. I couldn't go back to the Ascendancy anyway. I was probably already pegged for execution for setting foot here, if not for remaining with you in the first place. Well, in any case, Klaus responded, it seems those shackles are unnecessary. He moved toward Grim to free him, but the soldier pulled away. No, that's okay, Grim said, slightly shaken. I'll just wait until one of the pirates returns first to unlock me, if you don't mind. He would rather not have Zario blasting him upon arrival if he saw that he was free. I understand, Glass said. At least know that we will advocate on your behalf, and we thank you deeply for your help. I can tell you are good at heart. I don't know about that, Grim replied. Don't forget, I'm the one who helped take you all from your home. I'm the one who brought along that kid in the first place. He didn't look up to meet the gaze of the voter. Well, you're also the one who just saved his life. That's a nice way to make up for it, I would say. And what about you, Artis? Artis was barely even paying attention. He was vaguely aware that the soldier that stayed was the same one that chose to capture him, but at this point he didn't care either way. Oh yeah, thank you for that, sir, the boy replied half-heartedly, still wrapped up in his own warring thoughts. It wasn't long, however, before their choice to leave Grim bound was a moot one, as native warriors of Inagon suddenly surrounded the escape pod. None of those within were quick enough to react, nor had the courage to do so. One of the natives then came through the largest of the openings, made by the Ascendancy soldiers a moment ago, and spoke to the group in broken common. You come with us. Yes, of course, Photoglass answered hesitantly, astonished at the native's speech. Come, everyone, let's go with them. No need to cause any commotion. He turned to Artis with the keys to the cuffs. Here, unlock our new friend. No, the native man stopped them abruptly. It stays on. Right, my mistake, Glass amended. Let's get going then. The cuffs were refashioned around both of Grim's wrists, and they were all escorted out of the pod, along with the other two captured Ascendancy soldiers. Klaus waited for the rest to go before finally following behind, with the one who seemed to be the leader of the natives group, the one that addressed them. What are you going to do with us? Klaus asked. Take you to Chief, replied the native. How can I know what you say is true? Sergeant Benta asked the strange soldier in front of him, claiming to be a man named Jay of the Ravinian military. Benta had never even seen a Ravinian soldier before, and so didn't have the slightest clue what to expect. Other than the code that has gotten us this far, Jay started, I can't give you much, but I have a message signed by your Prime Minister. However, I must deliver it only to a General Gaster. Can you get me in contact with him secretly? Then you'll know all you need to know. At least, your commanders will, the ones that can be trusted. Sergeant Benta was shaken by much of what the soldier, Jay, had to say. He had to choose quickly whether or not he would trust this stranger, and it seemed there was more than he could know riding on what he chose to do. He did know General Gaster, as did everyone on Sor, and even Tan in other Federation worlds. A well-decorated leader of the Tansorian Federation, he was the head of the military on Sor. Benta trusted that he could take care of whatever situation was stirring here. Okay, Benta finally agreed. I can bring him to you. Wait here, and I'll return shortly with the general. You'd better be speaking the truth, or you may regret it. Don't worry, none of us will regret this, I promise you, Jay replied. After leaving, Voss asked Benta, Do you really think we can trust him, Sergeant? We really don't have much choice, his superior replied. And in any case, the general is the best one suited to handle this. He will know what to do. And the fact that they want to see him of all people leads me to believe they aren't a threat. Otherwise, they wouldn't want to come face to face with our strongest warrior. Soon, Benta and Kvas returned with General Gaster, a tall and gruff middle-aged man. He was one of the Federation's most seasoned warriors. Benta and Kvas waited outside. "You are the one called Jay?" the general asked when he arrived. "And where is this letter from the Prime Minister that you have for me?" "General," Jay began, "I'm glad we could make contact with you. Here." Jay handed him the letter. "I think this will explain everything you need to know for now." Gaster took the letter while still sizing up Jay, then immediately tore open the Prime Minister's seal and beheld his signature at the bottom. There was no question it was from the Prime Minister. He read the letter, which was not very long, but he had to read it twice over because it was so shocking. "I cannot believe it, yet the Prime Minister himself has said it," the general finally responded. "I know," Jay replied. "Nobody could have been prepared for something like this, but I suspect you will follow your leader's orders." "Of course," General Gaster didn't hesitate to answer. "When do we leave?" "As soon as you and a crew you trust can be ready," Jay said. "Be sure nobody else knows what's going on. In fact, I wouldn't tell the crew you bring along all the details either, just what they need to know." When he left the room, Gaster stopped and stared a moment at Sergeant Benta and Private Kvas, still standing outside the doorway. "You two," he finally said. "You're coming along with me to see the Prime Minister." After washing all the grime of their journeys off in the simple yet refreshing Inagonian showers, Aezic and Vala waited together in a well-furnished room, where they were also treated to a fine meal of native meats and vegetables. It was obvious they weren't seen as enemies. However, Aezic still couldn't be sure, besides that, where they stood with the native people. He had been pondering the words of the chief for a while, when finally he came to the room as he said he would. "My apologies for making you wait, but I expect you'll find our hospitality more than compensated for my delay," the chief said. Aezic was impressed with the chief's eloquent use of the common tongue, when it didn't seem like there were many others there that could speak it at all, or perhaps just didn't wish to do so. "It was no problem, and yes, thank you for everything you've provided. It's been a while since we've had such a comfortable place to rest." "I'm glad to hear it," the chief replied. "I have not come just for idle chat, however. I must know more about who you and your companions are, where you come from, and what you're now doing here on my world." "Of course," Aezic answered. "You seem to be aware enough of things outside your world that it won't hurt to tell you anything. Have you heard of the Free World Alliance?" "I have not," the chief replied. "Nor have I heard of the three major powers you mentioned earlier. Who are these powers, and why has yours come here?" "Unfortunately, there is a lot to explain, so please bear with me," Aezic started. He told the chief, named Oshu, that he was an ex-military officer who was betrayed by the Alliance, and then after fleeing Alliance space, another of the three powers, the Royal Ascendancy, pursued them, and they eventually found themselves crash-landed on Inagon. He told the chief everything he thought he needed to know if the Inagonians were truly a people untainted by the major powers' influence. The chief sat and thought for a moment, then said, "There's one thing I do not understand. Where is the Supreme Order in all of this? If they are not one of these three major powers, then what are they?" "I have never heard of something called the Supreme Order," Aezic answered, feeling some concern. That was the same question he himself had been asking since their first meeting. "What do you know of this order?" "The Supreme Order," the chief began, "are the ones who first came from the outer worlds to ours, and they are the only ones we have known. They came nearly 2 cycles ago,
and have taken the large island near here as their own. In fact, it is the coast of one of the largest continents in our world. They've completely changed the landscape in that short time, digging vast tunnels through the mountains found there. The people that live there have accepted them as the new rulers of the world. Few fight back, while most of the other nations, such as ours, still remain slightly free by paying them whatever tithes they ask of each. Our island, for instance, provides them with much food and also with wood from our vast forest. They send a crew to pick up the tithe every 3 rotations. It's left our people with less than half of what we would normally have, and a dwindling number of trees which, as you can see, we call our homes. I've discussed and deliberated much with the leaders of the order placed here, and they have never mentioned any of these other powers before, nor any other power outside of themselves. Aezic had his suspicions of who this Supreme Order could really be. Most likely the Royal Ascendancy's attempt to disguise themselves and their illegal operations on this supposedly free-space planet. But, Aezic thought further, if war has indeed broken out between the 3 powers, there are no more inner political laws. There's no telling what Lumina will look like once this conflict ends. If this conflict ends. As they talked, Aezic couldn't help but think the chief was much like himself, and he had a feeling Oshu had the same thought. But, while they were exchanging information, there came a knock at the door, and a native guardsman entered. He spoke shortly with the chief, who then turned to Aezic and Vala with a quite different expression than he had a moment before. "Pardon me, but I must go for just a moment." He then exited with the guard and shut the door. Aezic and Vala exchanged concerned glances, but it really was only about a minute before Chief Oshu returned, now looking decidedly more angry. "It seemed to me, man of Ravina, that you were a man of integrity, but now I see I was wrong to confide in you. Your comrades have been brought here, and your lies have been uncovered. I should have known the Supreme Order would employ any underhanded tactics available to them to gain information. Now, due to your espionage, you will all be executed." "Guards! Guards!" Drop shouted over and over from the cell he and his comrades shared with Zario at the main base of the Ascendancy on Inagon. "You must let me speak with the High Master at once. This is a wanted man with us in here. I must give the High Masters all the details." After a while, one of the guards returned and unlocked the cell. "It's about time," Drop screeched. "The High Master will see both of you," the guard said. Both Zario and Drop were restrained and led out of the prison, through the main facility, and into the officers' quarters. Finally, they came to the large room at the end, where High Master Rend awaited them. This was, however, the first time Zario was brought the direction they came, and what he saw was beyond anything he could have imagined, and filled him with fear. "This is crazy. This can't be real," he thought. "There's no way this is real." He broke out in a cold sweat. They reached the large doors, and the guards ushered them through to High Master Rend. "All right, you worm. What is it that you have been yammering about?" he asked Drop. "Please, High Master," Drop started. "Let me go, and I will explain everything, including who this wanted man and his companions are." He pointed at Zario, who was doing his best to look composed, but thoughts of what he just saw kept him on edge. "You dare to make demands of me?" the High Master boomed. "You will tell me what you know, now, and I will consider not killing you where you stand." Drop's face went pale. Of course, High Master," he sputtered. "This man is named Zario Launer, and he is an ally of one Lieutenant Aezic Zin of the Free World Alliance." He continued, pointing an accusatory finger at Zario. "This man and his allies, you may know, are wanted by both the Free World Alliance and ourselves. Master Omen sent me to personally deal with this matter when they arrived on Castia, where the natives then broke their long-standing vow with us, causing further harm to our cause. It seems they then posed as pirates and were able to hijack our frigate due to our small crew on that mission, which was transporting the guilty Kostian to Evroth. When Master Omen found the hijacked ship, he naturally attempted to destroy it, but they were able to escape, with all of us unconscious, mind you, in the pod, finally crash landing us all here on Inagon. Master Omen will, of course, corroborate my story. Is that everything you have to report, High Officer Drop? Rend asked without a hint of emotion. Yes, I believe so, Drop replied with some relief. You already know everything that happened after that. Ah! Drop fell dead next to Zario. A pistol blast fired right through his body, even though he was still wearing his military-grade synth plate. Zario stared at Drop's body in shock, then back to the High Master, who was staring back at him. Interesting, the High Master said to Zario, now placing the pistol into a compartment in the arm of his throne-like seat. You seem to know what this is. Launer, was it? That is also interesting. Rend acted as though he was trying to recall something. Now, didn't I just hear that name some other place? He smiled and glared at Zario. It's finally time. We're about to leave deep space. Got it. Scanners are on. Let's hope they're advanced enough to actually detect something. A rudimentary and battered ship entered the local space of Ravina. Everything there seemed normal. The Free World Alliance's presence in orbit also seemed to be lessened. The rough-looking ship circled the far ring of local space, until they finally came upon a large asteroid with a massive crater, which looked man-made. That's definitely it, but it looks like it's been completely cleared of debris already. I can barely tell there used to be a huge outpost there. It's strange, like the Alliance is covering something, but it was an Ascendancy outpost. Just then, the scanners picked up the signature of a large vessel heading toward them from on-planet, and as it approached, it made contact with the rickety ship. 3 passengers exchanged concerned glances, then opened communications. Hello? My, aren't we a rash bunch? How far did you think you'd make it in such a distinct vessel? Don't you realize that you are wanted across the entire system? A tractor beam caught the small ship in its pull, and slowly reeled it into the large military frigate that continued to approach. It belonged to the Free World Alliance. Back in the cold tundra of Animov on Ravina, in a large high-security prison deep underground, a prison guard walked the dim gray halls down to one of the lowest levels. There he eventually stopped, outside of an occupied cell, and grinned. I just heard the most interesting bit of news, the guard jeered at the prisoner, who glared back at the guard. We just managed to capture more of your rebels from Dalsine, coming back to rescue their friend, it seems. He got the reaction he wanted from the prisoner. You're lying, the man said. There's no way they'd be stupid enough to do that. What do you hope to get by making up such garbage? Oh, it's true, the jailer replied with a chuckle. And you'd get to see them for yourself, if you weren't about to be executed. The jailer continued to laugh as he walked back down the hall, then sneered. Just a few more hours, Bowhawk. Hawk couldn't believe what he heard, but he knew there was no reason for the jailer to make up such a story. It must have been true. Man, can a guy catch a break? I appreciate the sentiment, you guys, he thought, but now it looks like there will be a change of plans. I guess I'm gonna have to spring all you out of here, too.
Beyond Lumina, Episode 15, Revelations. In that time, the old world you've known so long, where you were nurtured and where you also fell silent, will be destroyed and vanish, and it shall be no more. But through its death, it shall give birth to a new world. These are the words of Inchalin. Glory to the One. I always learn a lot whenever Sauter Clarence comes to see us, said Usian to Rini, as the two of them returned to Philony from the city of Omnis. She's always so nice, too. Philony was on watch duty at the port for Aezic and the others. It had been 7 Kostian rotations, about 2 normal rotations, since they departed, stowed away on the Ascendancy frigate. I must say, Philony replied when they sat down with him, the more I hear and the more I think about it, the more logical what your religion proclaims seems to me, at least the basic stuff. For one, I now can't see how an ordered yet changing universe could come to be on its own, because it didn't really have to be this way, and the universe could not have created itself anyway. How could something, everything, that began to exist, or didn't need to exist, do so without a cause? And there is no doubt to me that I'm different from the animals of the system. Sure, some may seem expert craftsmen in their own right, but to say what a wood-eater does is the same as a piece of art created by a master woodworker goes too far. Some animals may be able to instinctually grasp how a basic tool works, like a stick or a rock, or even a blade, but they could never come up with the inventions that I have, or even how to simply smelt Aetherium. And that goes for nature as well as animals. Sure, natural events are strong, much of the time stronger than we can hope to contain, but it remains an unthinking act. Where else could intellect come from, but from intellect? How could nature bestow something that it itself does not have? Philony paused for a moment. The other two were taken aback by his proclamation. But then he started again. Of course, the hang-up I'm having is how intelligent human life could have come up separately on all of these different worlds if it weren't something that could somehow come about naturally. I wish I could answer your questions, Rini smiled, but those things are way beyond me. You'd be much better off asking Sauter or one of the Foders their response. It's no problem, Philony smiled back. It was just a thought. The three sat at the port for a while together in silence. Then, Rini asked what everyone was wondering. Do you think they were successful? If everything went the way they planned, they should have the ship by now, and might even be on their way back. They could be, Philony tried to reassure her, yet be realistic. But with something like this, they could easily hit a few snags. The concern grew on Rini's face. But don't worry, Philony started again. Zario and Aezic are way more than those grunts could possibly handle. I hope you're right, Rini murmured. They do seem strong. She sat a moment longer with them, then got up. I guess I should head back to town now. I will see you next rotation. Be well, you two. They said their goodbyes, then the two mercenaries sat alone in silence, until Usian said, I wonder how Hawk is doing, and Ballant and the others, if they were able to find any trace of him. I don't like us being split up like this, not at all. Neither do I, Usian, replied Philony. Neither do I. Feels like our merry band has broken apart, and the pieces are scattered and hidden across Lumina. I guess all we can do is keep having faith in them, that they'll all make it back. And this is the last time we should ever split up, Usian somberly declared. Just then, the ground shook, making the two mercenaries fight to maintain their balance. Man, these tremors are a little annoying, Philony said, That's 4 now since we've been on planet. Wonder what causes it. Chief Oshu, I don't understand, Aezic began. Everything I said to you was the truth. What happened to make you think I'm lying to you? The chief, about to leave the room once more, where Aezic and Vala were, turned back toward him. You say you do not know the Supreme Order, yet you travel with them, and you call them friend, a term which I found can hold no meaning for your kind in the first place. I tell you, I don't know who the Supreme Order is, Aezic implored. Perhaps we can clear this up if we could see our companions. You will be seeing them, the chief began, in my throne room, as I pass judgment on you all. Then he left the room, and the guard locked the door. What in Lumina could have happened? Aezic said, more to himself than to Vala, who had remained mostly quiet the whole time. I'm not sure, Vala replied. Do you think the Supreme Order has something to do with the Royal Ascendancy? That was my best guess as well, Aezic answered her. But we really can't know for sure until we meet some of them, I suppose. It seems we already have, and we're about to find out. There's something about the chief. I have a feeling we can convince him to trust us again, at least enough not to kill us yet. Then, native guards returned to their room, found them, and took them back to the chief. There they found already before the leader of the natives, Voderglaus, and the rest of the Kostians, and all 3 of the Ascendancy soldiers once again, who were now all bound. Zarya was the only one missing. Judging by the state of the Ascendancy soldiers, he could tell something happened while he and Vala were gone. Only the one who had stayed with them in the escape pod was currently conscious. Where's Zarya? Aezic immediately asked Glaus. He went into the forest, looking for the both of you, the Foda replied quietly. Silence, until I address you, Chief Oshu blared. Now, Aezic, tell me why you're in the company of these 3, the chief pointed to the Ascendancy soldiers, from the Supreme Order, and why the pod in which you crashed also bears its mark. Chief, Aezic started, his suspicions now confirmed, and his cover now blown. It seems clear to me now that what you call the Supreme Order is known as the Royal Ascendancy outside of your world. That is who these people are, and where the escape pod came from. As I told you, we are enemies of the Ascendancy, and hijacked their ship in order to save these people, who are from a world subjugated just like yours, but for a very long time. They are not our allies. Then why are they with you? The chief asked. And why did one of the others call one of them a friend? I can answer that, if I may, Glaus spoke up. You see, he addressed both Aezic and the chief. After Zarya went after you, the other 2 Ascendancy soldiers came back to the pod. Glaus looked at the chief, just before your people showed up. Then, in the fight, Grim here got a hold of one of the pistols, and he saved young Artis over there. That is why I called him a friend. We brought them along, Aezic finished answering, because we weren't about to slaughter a bunch of people, even if they were enemy soldiers. They were helpless. The chief sat staring at Aezic for a long time before finally responding. I see. You are indeed a most interesting person, Aezic Zin. I apologize for being suspicious of you, but these revelations will now help us to better see the truth of the world for ourselves. It seems this royal ascendancy has kept us very much in the dark since they've arrived. Looking at the guards, the chief said something in the native tongue. Then the guards dragged the 3 ascendancy soldiers away. What are you going to do with them? Glaus asked. They will be imprisoned for now, and eventually executed. Then please, I implore you, let me first go to the one that saved the boy. I believe he will join us, and I will take full responsibility for him while we are here. Fine, the chief agreed. Go, then, but do not let him out of your sight. One false move, and we will kill him,
and you will take his place in our prison." "Thank you, Chief," Klaus said, bowing and turning to leave. "Wait," Aezic said. "What about Zario? You don't know anything else?" "Sorry," Klaus replied. "We can't even be sure how long it was after you two were captured that he left, since we were all unconscious when you were taken." "We had reports that others were in the forest, mostly Supreme Order soldiers," said the chief. "But there was another man there too, who didn't wear the Order's uniform. He was, however, taken by them to their main facilities, on the coast near here that I had mentioned to you earlier." "Chief," Aezic began, "is there any way you can assist me in getting over there to help my friend? Like I said, we are wanted by them. He's in grave danger if they've captured him." "He is in as much trouble as he would have been had he not been wanted," the chief started. "But don't worry. It turns out that you and I have similar goals. It seems to be destiny that brought you here now. Too long I've waited for the right time to strike against these off-world invaders, and you and your people are the first I've ever seen from space that did not bow to the Supreme Order. You fill me with hope. This must be the time I was waiting for. Will you join me in this fight, Aezic? Will you storm the Supreme Order's fortress, rescue your ally, and burn it down to the ground, along with all of the evil things they're designing within? What say you?" Another war, Aezic thought. How many am I going to start before this is all over? They had been thrown into nearly the worst-case scenario, far from their original missions, even farther from Aezic's original mission. All he could do now was hope to keep alive those with whom he was there, and he was not about to leave Zarya behind after all they've been through. "I will help you. When do we begin?" "I don't understand, sir," the young first private of the SOAR military, Boss, said to his commander. "Why did General Gaster bring us on this mission? Why wouldn't he just take his normal crew?" "I can't be sure myself, Private," replied Sergeant Beta. He had been pondering the same question, however, and he did not like any of the conclusions he could draw. The two had been recruited to the team of a war hero, one of the leaders of the Tansorian Federation, and were now aboard his frigate, known as the Apurs, the ship aboard his flagship that his own personal crew used. Never in his short career would Voss have imagined being aboard such a renowned vessel, one nearly as well known as its commander. The mission, as far as they were aware, involved their world's prime minister, long since thought to be kidnapped, or worse. The news that the general received from their foreign visitors no doubt had something to do with their leader, Beta thought, and those who brought the message must be allies. By the look of the other soldiers, the rest of the small crew General Gaster brought along were just as on edge as Beta and Kvass. The comms turned on, and the leader of the foreign soldiers, the Ravinian military's Lieutenant J, addressed the Saurian crew. "General, you'll need to disable any tracking systems you have on board, and disable your comms as well. Just stay on our tail. We won't be too long before reaching our destination." General Gaster didn't yet fully trust the Ravinians, but he did perceive Jay to be genuine. And from what he read in the letter from the Prime Minister himself, he had little choice but to trust that they were really on the Prime Minister's side. His sharp instincts told him that this was a momentous event that would reshape the entirety of Lumina, for better or worse. If this is how it is, he thought, then we will not go down easy. "Aye, Lieutenant, we acknowledge, and we'll follow you in. See you on the other side," he said, and with that the comms closed and they cut all communication to the outside, hidden now from even their own people. It won't be long before they start wondering what happened to us, Gaster thought once more, but we should have enough time before they send anyone to look for us, unless it's even worse than we think. The crew he brought with him was a small battalion of mostly his own soldiers, save for Bieta and Kvas. None of them, however, were told anything other than the importance and secrecy of the mission. Only Kvas and Bieta were told it had to do with the Prime Minister. Their lower ranks made them easier to trust in this situation, and not knowing at all what to expect, Gaster thought they might be able to serve the Prime Minister well during his exile. Looking at the star map, Gaster could see as they continued to travel without navigation systems, they were making their way farther and farther from any current planetary path. It looked as though they were being led into the deepest and most empty part of Lumina, the Null Zone, a large, empty space into which no planet journeyed, perhaps the only safe place left. Yes, it's true. High Master Rend of the Royal Ascendancy gave a deep and menacing chuckle. One Mecha Launer of the Dalcyan rebel group, along with Maddox Valanth and Argyle, captured as they attempted to return to the scene of one of their many crimes and aid in the prison break of their friend, Bo Hawk. Does it bring you hope to know he still lives? It shouldn't, because by now, his execution is imminent, as will be the execution of the other 3 Dalcyan trash. Zaryo was nearly shaking with rage, completely forgetting the fear he just felt at the sight he saw earlier, and the weapon he knew was inches away from his captor. He couldn't know for sure if the Ascendancy dog was telling the truth or not, but he couldn't figure out how else High Master Rend knew exactly who was on the ship and where they had gone. Then Rend began speaking again, as though something else just occurred to him. Oh, well, of course, you have an idea of what this is, don't you? He referred back to the plasma pistol he had just placed inside a compartment in the arm of his chair, the one that had shot through Drop's synth plate like it was cloth. You are, after all, the first exposed. Reports indicated it had taken quite a toll on your health, but you seem to be doing well enough still. You must have been quite the physical specimen back before your incident. To Lumina with my incident, Zaryo shot back. If you hurt them, you're all going to pay. He, of course, could not even budge the aether cuffs that bound his arms behind him. A toll shall be exacted, High Master Rend rumbled. But it is not mine to pay. It will start with you, and end with the rest of your new friends, Lieutenant Aezic Zin and his crew. You've chosen the worst place to touch down, the place that will now become your grave. He paused for a moment and continued. But you don't get the same quick treatment as the slime on the floor. He referred to Drop, who still lay there, dead. Your death will be a little slower, and much more agonizing. Perhaps we may even learn something interesting from your condition. Addressing the guards who brought Zaryo, he said, Take him back to the cell, and bring Drop's remaining crew in here. Zaryo shouted back as he was dragged away. You better hope that I don't get out of here. You and the rest of you mere scum. The predator heeds not the clamorings of the prey, Rend replied, rather casually. In a similar prison, deep in the mountains of Animov on Ravina, Valanth, Mecha, and Argyle awaited their similar fate. Mecha feared it was the end. Argyle tried consoling her, and Valanth tried thinking of a way out. I don't get it, Valanth said quietly once he knew they were alone. How did they know who we were and exactly where we would be? Something doesn't add up here. It's like we were tracked the whole time. But when could they have had a chance to do that? The last we saw of either Ascendancy or Alliance was on Sotama when the bounty on Aezic was broadcast. We even checked the ship over since then, when we landed on Kostia. Then they heard the door to the prison swing open, and footsteps approaching.
Balanth stopped talking. Then 4 guards approached and unlocked the cell. 1 directed the others to take Balanth, and 2 came in and grabbed him off the cold stone bench, giving him a swift shot to the gut, and dragged him out of the cell, locking Mecca and Argyle back inside. "No!" Mecca screamed, as Balanth was taken away and led up through the military barracks and into a familiar corridor. They took a couple of turns, passing many closed doors, until coming to the one Balanth expected they would. Entering, he was once more face to face with one Captain DeRoy Odoron. "Well, well," Captain Odoron chuckled. "One of my assets has returned to me, but not in the same manner that I left him." "Odoron," Balanth seethed. "Or should I just call you Master Omen now? We did everything you asked of us, and in return you set us up and tried to have us taken out. So we were just as expendable as the rest of your lackeys?" "You got it now, lackey," Odoron chided, "though a little less expendable than some. You forced my hand when you became too close to Lieutenant Zin. I knew what your leader was thinking. I knew he would turn on me. What I want to know now, though, is why you are helping Zin. What is he after that you're pursuing?" "I don't know what he's up to, and I couldn't care less," Balanth answered. "As you can see, I'm here, and not with him. If you have questions, I suggest you take it up with him yourself." Odoron motioned for the guards to close in on Balanth, and they began to punch and kick him until he was beaten to the ground. "If you really don't care about the Alliance officer, tell me everything you know about his mission. Surely there's something." "Mere scum," Balanth spat back. "Even if I knew something, what makes you think I'd tell someone like you? Zin must be some kind of fool to believe you were a Ravinian captain." The guards began to beat him once again, until he was dazed and coughing on the floor. "Oh, you're right. What am I thinking? You're just like your friend Hawk, aren't you? You wouldn't break no matter what we do to you. Well, too bad for him. We know that he can't be of any more use to us, and he isn't much longer for Lumina. You, however, may have a different weakness, one that is currently imprisoned below us, named Mecha Launer." Balanth quickly met the menacing gaze of Captain Odoron, who was really Master Omen of the Royal Ascendancy, disguised as a captain of the Ravinian military and controlling all activity on Ravina. "Don't you touch her. If I knew anything, I would tell you. I don't care about Aezic Zin or what he's doing, and neither does Mecha. That's why we are here and no longer with him, like I just told you." Balanth could see a shift in Omen's expression, and he knew he believed him this time, but he was not very happy about it. "So," Omen started, "are you saying that you have no useful information to give me either? Then I suppose we can just begin dispatching you all, starting with young Miss Launer." "They're on Kostia," Balanth finally said. Omen stopped and listened. "That's all I know. Our ship was damaged out of Sotama, and we were helped by a group of Kostians, who gave us shelter. We left with the ship ourselves as soon as it was fixed." Master Omen waited a moment to make sure Balanth wouldn't continue, then spoke again. "Is that all you know? I already know all of that, and more myself. It seems you really are useless. Take him away and prepare to execute them all, along with Bohawk," he said to the guards. "Wait," Balanth shouted. "We can still be useful to you. I'll do whatever you want, just don't hurt Mecha." Omen held up a hand to halt the guards. "And what about the others?" he asked Balanth. "Spare them too, and I'll do whatever you say," Balanth replied. "What exactly would you have me do with them?" said Omen. Balanth answered, "Just keep them here where they are. Just don't execute them."
And what's to stop you from coming back at some point and aiding in their escape yourself? Fallon thought a moment. Tell the guards in the prisons, if they see me, kill me on sight and execute the others. Master Omen was intrigued by the offer. Fine, I accept those terms. I can think of many different things you may indeed be able to help with. But don't get upset if you find yourself in a situation where you're perhaps in over your head. For this is a service to you, keeping you and your friends alive on my authority. Be sure you do not make me regret this decision. But I need to be assured that they're alive, Valanth quickly added. I'm not just going to take your word for it, Omen. Of course, Master Omen replied. I will allow you to remain informed of their condition on occasion. They will be kept alive and comfortable. Enough. Valanth didn't trust Omen at all, but he didn't have any other choice. This deal was the only way to extend the lives of him and his friends, especially Mecca, whom he had always loved. He hoped Hawk could handle the rest. Valanth asked, "Then what do you want me to do?" It seemed to be ages, drifting in the emptiness of space, with no positioning or communications equipment to guide them, before the Tansorian Federation frigate, the Epurs, captained by General Gaster, arrived at their destination. The ship that led them to this remote place, the Null Zone, manned by soldiers of the Alliance world of Ravina's military, signaled to them by drifting closer to their ship. All right, men, General Gaster started. It looks like it's about time to see what our friends have in store for us. Be ready for anything. The Federation soldiers, including Sergeant Bieta and First Private Kabas, gathered their gear and prepared to embark on their secret mission. Kabas was nearly jumping out of his boots, shaking with anxiety and anticipation. This was a much more frightening post than his old sentry duty. Bieta nudged his subordinate, then gave him a reassuring nod, letting the young soldier know that he had his back. Voss returned the gesture, and then refocused himself. Soon, in the black space speckled with starlight, they began to see the silhouette of something quite large, massive, in fact. As they neared it, they saw the dark shape become more defined. It was a great flagship, one like they had not seen before. Gaster suspected it was a Ravinian ship. Now they would truly find out if these Ravinians were friend or foe, for the General's frigate, as renowned as it was, had no chance against an entire fleet of ships. If it was a trap, however, they had missed their opportunity, the General thought, as they were led into the open docking bay of the flagship by their guide. If it was a trap, the General figured they would be able to hold the ship inside the bay. His mind eased slightly. Then he was altogether relieved, as he saw his leader, the Prime Minister of Sor, arrive in the docking bay to greet them unhindered. My lord, General Gaster greeted the Prime Minister joyously as he trotted out of the ship. I am overjoyed to see you are safe and unharmed after all this time. Lugard, my friend. The Prime Minister approached him and embraced him warmly. I am glad you made it here safely. There may yet still be hope for our cause. The rest exited the ship, and the Ravinians too, including Jay, who began to make his way toward headquarters, before he was stopped by a young Ravinian soldier coming from that direction. Lieutenant Jay, sir, come quickly, the young man panted. The news is talking about Lieutenant Zin.
Beyond Lumina, Episode 16, The Eye. Alarms flashed and blared as a chemical laboratory burned and poisonous liquids spilled from massive vats. The security crew, equipped with safety gear, fought back the group of terrorists who had infiltrated the compound and attempted to steal the secrets within. Plasma fire sprayed from both ends, each shot nearly causing a catastrophic explosion that would have surely wiped out everything within a 100-mile radius. Many of the lab's guards fell in the fight, but they continued to hold their own. Suddenly, another huge vat toppled over and spilled its toxic fluid into an already raging fire, causing the flames to then fill nearly half of the large room. Seeing an imminent chain reaction, the guards fled, locking the final security hatches, leaving the infiltrators to their doom. As the small group of terrorists attempted to flee, they had only one route, and it was quickly closing. One of the group, a well-built young man, led the pack and made it to the rapidly dropping Aetherium door. Throwing his body underneath it, he put every ounce of strength he had into keeping it up long enough for the rest of his crew to make it through. "Hurry!" he shouted to them as his hold began to fail. Behind them, the burning liquids had caused vaporous fumes to begin filling the facility. His allies, 6 of them, made it through the narrow exit just before the poisonous gas reached the upper levels where they were. But it was too late for the young man holding the door. He let out a sickly heave as he lost his grasp under the colossal weight of the door. "Zario!" one of the others shouted, as 2 more lunged for him. Zario awakened suddenly, a cold sweat covering his entire body. Once he recollected himself, he let out a sigh. All this talk about the past is making me relive it even in my dreams, he thought. Then he heard footsteps approaching. A guard was coming toward his prison cell. I guess the door woke me up. "Hey there, you little test subject," the guard mocked him. "Or maybe we'll just call you Patient Zero. I hope you enjoy your stay with us, not because you'll be comfortable, of course, but because you'll be contributing such a great deal to the future of progress." The guard yanked Zario up and started leading him out of the cell. "You should really feel honored that you are able to play such a momentous part in such a historic undertaking. You know what I'm talking about. Certainly I don't need to bother you with any details." "Will you shut up?" Zario acted unamused. "Or I'll be progressing your future." "Tough talk for a sick, imprisoned man," the guard laughed. "Tough talk for a lackey who only sees enemies in chains," Zario replied. That one got the jailer. "Yeah? Well, we will see how tough you are once you're strapped down and the doctor gets a hold of you. You won't even be able to think up those little comebacks of yours through all the excruciating pain, let alone run that big mouth. I'll be sure to enjoy every one of your screams, though." Zario and the guard then entered a massive laboratory, a facility with all sorts of advanced machinery and various tests being run on various unknown substances and materials. Zario's stomach turned, as he again was reminded of that day in the past, one of a few days that shaped the course of his life and that of his friends. Then he was taken to the doctor, and an old fire inside him was rekindled. "Zario Launer," the doctor said, very pleased. "At last, we meet again." Valance stared down Master Omen, also known as Captain Otteron, now again under his command, and awaited whatever wild task the Ascendancy leader could come up with for him. "There is in fact one job in particular I need handled right now,"
that you are especially suited for, with your uncanny marksmanship. And what is it? Valanth responded impatiently. For you, something simple. I need you to take care of a Ravinian rebel leader, somewhere between Panya and Cronus. He's not out and about very often, and difficult to pin down when he is. We've had a lot of trouble getting a bead on him, but other than that, the group is more just a nuisance. Without him, they'll fall apart. Take care of it. That'll be a good first step for you reclaiming your position. Maybe this time you won't relinquish it. Whatever you say, Omen, Valanth answered. Do you have any other info about the guy, or should I just search half the planet for him? Talk as tough as you want. You're mine now, replied Master Omen. However, there is a little more information. First, Just then, another undercover Ascendancy soldier came rushing through the doorway. Captain Otteron, sir, he shouted. It's time. It has begun. A look of amusement crept across Omen's face. What perfect timing. Change of plans, mercenary. You are going to escort me to Cronus Prime. For what? Valanth asked. What has begun? Ravina's ruin, of course, Omen said. And you get a front row seat. But it seems you're one lucky guy, said a guardsman to a prisoner. The battle's begun, so we have orders to stay your execution. For the moment, anyway. One lucky guy, Hawk repeated. Yeah, that's what they're always calling me. Just throw him in with the others. It won't be long now, said another guard. They led Hawk back to the jail cells and imprisoned him with Mecca and Argyle. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere now, the second guard laughed, locked the door, and left with the other guard. Hawk, Mecca cried out and embraced him. I'm so glad you're still alive. I appreciate it, Hawk replied, and thanks for the rescue attempt. I'm glad you guys didn't get hurt. And these buffoons just made our escape much, much easier. But I can't imagine Zario approving of this rescue. What are you guys doing here? No, he was going to leave you and go off on a mission with that Aezic Zin guy, Mecca replied coolly. He didn't care what happened to you, so we came on our own. Hawk sighed. I get it, and thanks again. But after everything we've been through, you should know better than to think that way about your brother. After all, he was already willing to die for us more than once. In fact, I was already planning on my escape before I heard you all were here. But now that we're together, let's get out of this place right now. We haven't seen Valanth for a while now, though. Mecca again returned to her somber attitude. We have no idea what they did to him. He's still alive for now, with Master Omen, Hawk began. The guard told me he tried to bargain for our lives, but he wasn't going to honor his end. They only stayed my execution because of some kind of battle. Not sure what that means. It doesn't sound very good, but it gave us the chance we needed. We'll just have to find him on the way out. From a fold in his garments, Hawk then produced a small chip of some sort and worked it into a groove in his synth cuffs. Alright, stand back now, he said coolly as he approached the prison bars. Wait, what are you? Argyle began to ask, but then realized his suspicions were correct when Hawk started swinging his cuffs toward the door, so he grabbed Mecca and dove to the floor, Argyle shielding her from debris as Hawk slammed his cuffed hands into the door, which detonated the chip in the cuffs, exploding both the cuffs and the door, unbinding Hawk and freeing them all. Hawk's arms and back were badly wounded from the blast, but he did his best to ignore the pain and press on, something he was accustomed to, traveling in the company of Zario. Hawk! Mecca screamed once more, this time out of concern for his safety. Don't worry about me, Hawk grimaced. Hurry up, let's get out of here. We'll get your cuffs off in a second. Mecca and Argyle ran out of the cell, and Hawk quickly followed.
Down the corridor, they soon came upon a guard post, where they were able to find the equipment to remove the other synth cuffs, which they took along with them for when they found Valen. "Now what?" Argyle asked. "Do you know how to get out of here?" "Not quite, but this'll help." Hawk produced a security card from another hidden pocket. "How did you manage that?" Argyle asked, impressed. "These guards aren't the brightest," Hawk replied, as he also checked a nearby data station. "Didn't take much to get them to let their guard down. Same way I got my hands on that CP chip." He pointed at the data station, which showed information on the layout of the facility. "Looks like this would be our best route. Let's hope most of the guards left like the others." "What about Valen?" Mecca asked. "If he's not down here," Hawk started, "then it's probably safe to assume he's still with Omen somewhere above. If Omen plans on using him, I'd bet that if nothing else, we'll find both of them heading to the site of this battle the guards were talking about. I say let's make our way there." The now notorious ex-lieutenant of the Free World Alliance, Aezic Zin, has now done the unthinkable. With his crew, he has trespassed on the pre-space world of Inagon, thereby committing one of the greatest crimes possible in our system. Traversing the boundaries of political and military powers, even in the time of war, the Free World Alliance, the Royal Ascendancy, and the Tansorian Federation have all denounced the actions of Aezic Zin and his terrorist group. They assure us that all efforts will be made to capture the group before they cause any more irreparable harm. In other system-wide news, a fleet of Royal Ascendancy battleships has re-entered the space of Free World Alliance planet Ravina, making an open declaration of war and pressuring once again the precious Aetherium mines located on this now nearly desolate world. Most living there have already been evacuated or taken to a safe shelter, but with the new Ascendancy reinforcements, Ravina may not long be in the hands of the Free World Alliance. We will keep you updated on what transpires in this new battle here on the Lumina News Network. Jay made it to the command center in time to hear both pieces of news, both of which sent his head spinning. "Oh man, Aezic, what in Lumina did you get yourself into?" Jay asked, mostly himself. Then he turned to another in the room. "What are we going to do, Captain? Can't let them take Ravina." "Do you think you can get to Aezic?" the captain asked Jay. "And you'll take the fleet to Ravina?" Jay replied. "Yes," the captain answered. "We shouldn't have to deal with their super ion weapons this time around. They need Ravina. If we can get past their blockade, then we'll be able to establish a defensive position on world." "You'll need to do it quickly and figure out how to return here without too much delay," Jay said. "They'll be defenseless here without you." "Yes, on that subject," the captain began, then started out of the room. Jay followed, and the captain spoke once more when they met back up with the Prime Minister of Sor and General Gaster. "Prime Minister, General, have you had time to properly discuss the matters at hand?" "We have, as much as time allows for," the Prime Minister answered, "and we are in agreement about what must be done. But what of the news about Aezic?" "It's not good," the captain replied. "We've got two problems and need a change of plans. Aezic and his crew are on Inagon and now being targeted by all three major powers." "That can't be," the Prime Minister exclaimed. "I have my suspicions about who may have given the order, but I can't be sure. This is not good at all. What is the other news?" "Ravina is being attacked once again by the Ascendancy. It sounds like a full invasion. I need to take the fleet there immediately, but we aren't going to be able to drive them off on our own. We will need your help for both of these missions." "I understand," answered the Prime Minister. "General, please take your crew back to Sor and overturn this matter about Lieutenant Zin with my seal, and muster whatever forces you can to go aid in the defense of Ravina.
I'm counting on you, my friend. He quickly scrawled something and gave it his signature and seal, then handed it to General Gaster. I won't fail you, my lord, he said. You can count on me. Let's go, men. Back to Sor. We've got a war to win. As the Saurian soldiers filed back onto the frigate, the general called out once more. You two, Sergeant Beta and the private, come back here. Beta and Gabas looked at one another, then turned back toward their commander. I want you to stay here with the Prime Minister and make sure he is safe. Do not take your eyes off of him. Oh, yes, sir. Sergeant Beta recollected himself and saluted. It's an honor to be chosen for such a task, sir. Voss imitated the gesture. Good, the Prime Minister gave them a warm smile. Now off, hurry. Do not worry, Captain Zin. We will save your brother yet. Chief Oshu, Aezic, Glaus, and a few native warriors peered at a map of the nearby region. The chief spoke. With all their security and surveillance, there is no way we can make a direct approach of the facility, either from this side or the other. But what the Supreme Order is not aware of is that there are underwater coves that can bring us very near to their shores without them being able to detect us, until it is too late. But it's going to take some heavy scouting of the shores before we can safely enter the coves from our side. They will still be able to see us from the other end with their equipment, if we're not careful. Well, we happen to have some equipment of our own that may help in that, Aezic answered. I'll have to go along with the scouting party in order to use it, though. Vala spoke up from behind them. Let me go instead, Aezic. You should stay here with everyone. There's no need to put you in that kind of danger, Aezic replied without turning around. Let me help, please, she returned. I'll be fine, and I would like to see a little more of this world, especially if we're about to get into a major battle. Aezic thought for a moment, then said, All right, fine, just be careful out there. The chief looked up at Aezic, as though he was unsure about letting her go. Then Aezic added, Let these warriors deal with the tough stuff. Just hang back and operate the equipment. You can count on me, Vala smiled. Then Aezic handed her a Captain Class issued handheld detection device. Artis then found the courage to speak up as well. I will go with her then, if that's okay. Hold on now, my boy, Photoglass now interjected. You've shown your bravery enough for one adventure. Perhaps you should stay here with us this time. I see no reason why you should send this young woman out, the chief broke in, and not the young man. If you fear he cannot look after himself, perhaps this mission would do him some good. If not, he will just be a burden whenever the real battle begins. But Chief, you must understand, Glass continued. He has not been trained for this type of thing like Sergeant Rees has. Tell me, Holy One, the chief said respectfully, do you think this young man has time left for proper training? He can either learn now, while he still has a chance, or remain one needing saved. I can do it, Fodor, Artis reassured him. Please, I need to help if I can. Oh, all right, Glass finally conceded. But you must remain with Sergeant Rees and the other warriors. Do not venture from their side. I will keep my eye on him, Vala now said. As they left, Aezic took Vala aside. If you find anything else out there of interest, let me know. Anything that we might not be suspecting. And be careful. Okay, she answered. And I will, don't worry. Besides, we've already been in much more dangerous situations than this. I finally feel like I can relax for a moment. Just don't relax too much, Aezic cautioned. Chief Oshu then appeared with the Inagon scouts. It is time. Are you ready, Vala Rees? He asked. I am, she replied, then turned back to Aezic. I'll see you soon. Then she made her way out of the treetop city
with Artis and the Inigon warriors. Hawk, Mecha, and Argyle fled the lower levels of the Animov compound, eventually finding themselves in the military section. "Guys," Mecha said as they ran, "do you think those alarms are for us?" Red lights and sirens had just started blaring throughout the facility. Ducking into an official-looking room, the trio headed for another data station, which showed a self-destruction sequence and an evacuation warning. They only had minutes to spare. "Yeah, I'd say those alarms are for us, and everyone else," Hawk started. "Let's go, hurry." They then ran as fast as they could through the corridors, eventually bursting their way into the open main room of the facility, where the ceiling resembled the clear Ravinian sky. All of the people that had been gathered there were going about their business as usual, and there was no sign of any alarms now. "They have no idea," Mecha gasped. "Quickly, get them all out," Hawk shouted. Then all three of them began frantically shouting to all the nearby citizens, trying to explain what was about to happen. Some looked at them puzzledly, some quickly shuffled off to get away from them, but others started to heed what they were shouting. Soon, the consensus of the masses began to sway toward believing Hawk and the others, and panic quickly ensued, as the citizens climbed over one another to get to their homes, gather what belongings they could, and flee the compound. Hawk, Mecha, and Argyle did their best to get them out in an orderly way, but eventually time ran short, and they too had to get out of the building. Exiting the compound, they entered the biting Animov cold. "Hurry," Hawk continued shouting to the people. "Get as far away as you can." The people fearfully scurried away, dragging their things along with them, dropping some as they went. Then, the time ran out, the facility exploded, and the blast shook the ground for miles, throwing debris far into the air and deafening everyone nearby. The large building continued to burn fiercely, and other smaller explosions further demolished it. "What do we do now?" Mecha shouted so she could be heard. "We aren't going to last out here very long dressed like this." Hawk thought for a second. "Remember the cave system? How far is that from here?" "Nearly 10 miles or so," Argyle answered him. "We don't have another choice," Hawk started. "Hurry and start rounding these people up. Find some of them that can help you do that. Let's get going." Together the crew gathered the freezing Ravinian citizens and slowly got them moving in the direction of the cave network that the mercenaries had passed many times on their missions in the northern region. Hawk racked his cold brain over how they were going to survive once they made it to the caves. Even more, how they were going to make it back to civilization, thousands of miles away, where he presumed the battle was now beginning. The several-mile trek took the huge group nearly a rotation to complete, and many were very sick and near death by the time they reached the caves. But they still weren't safe from the Animov cold. "Anyone still able, we need to light as many fires as we can, and gather some of the nearby stones to help block the entrance," Hawk directed. "Hurry, there are your neighbors' lives at stake here." Then he turned to his friends. "Mecha, stay here and coordinate this. Argyle, come with me to secure the rest of this cave." The two quickly made their way farther into the passage, weapons they had picked up on their escape drawn, in case of any of several dangerous beasts yet to be exterminated from Ravina that may have taken up residence within. Eventually, they came toward the end. "Doesn't look like there's anything here," Argyle said. "Well," Hawk paused for a moment, trying to get a better look at something in the back. "I'd say you're half right." The two approached the very back of the cavern, and there at the far wall was something large underneath a dirty cover of some sort. Hawk reached down and yanked the cover away, which came off easily.
Then he laughed. Man, you gotta love that Zario, don't you? There before them was a couple of grav bikes and other equipment, which Hawk had no doubt was hidden there by none other than their own leader. That man's got a knack for saving our skin, even when he isn't here. Vala, Artis, and the Inagon scouts made their way quickly but silently through the dense forest that the natives called home, nearing the coast that overlooked the large continent on which the Ascendancy had set up their base of operations here on the pre-space planet. The day was filled by the scouts beginning in one central location and slowly making their way outward, thoroughly checking that the forest was completely clear of any enemy interference. Vala and Artis remained in the central position, and from the detection device monitored the movement of the scouts and anyone else that may be approaching. The device covered a very large radius, so that the scouts could at least rest easier, knowing there wouldn't be any enemy ambush. After a long scouring of the area around what was the cove entrance, the scouts returned to Vala and Artis. The leader of them spoke in broken common to them. We rest here until light. It had already turned to dusk, as Lumina had just gone over the horizon. The scouting group fixed up their camp, made a small fire, then eventually turned in for the night. With little fear that they'd be attacked now, they only set one person on a night watch. Vala's watch came in the darkest part of the night. She didn't mind taking one, and it wouldn't be for very long before she would wake the next person. She sat there, staring into the smoldering fire, until she was less groggy. Looking at the detection device absent-mindedly, she then noticed it was detecting another life form, still a ways in the distance. The difference, however, was that it was detecting the presence of another Alliance soldier, due to the bioscanning technology to which all the Ascendancy soldiers are required to submit. The device, just like all devices linked in with the Ascendancy bioscans, also showed her the name of the soldier. Vala looked around and silently crept from the camp, trying not to wake any of the other members of the party. She'd have to be quick if she wanted to be back before rousing suspicion. She rapidly moved toward the signal's location, wondering what exactly to expect when she reached it. Quickening her pace, she was able to reach the source in no time. The dense thicket opened into a small grove, and there she found the Alliance soldier. Master Sergeant Maloon, Vala said, how in Lumina did you find me? And how did you get here without the natives seeing you? Rees, Sergeant Maloon replied, turning toward Vala, slightly surprised by her sudden appearance. Well, you made things a lot easier on me. I should be the one asking how you found me. But either way, we don't have time for your inquiries. Sergeant Major Ravim wants an update on your mission. Beyond Lumina, Episode 17, The Storm. You have failed, a menacing, otherworldly voice hissed. By allowing that creature to arrive on Inagon, you have endangered my prime objective and my plans here. You must either drive that creature away before it sees what I am planning here, or kill it before it can escape. If you cannot, then it will be your death I seek in retribution. Of course, O Great One, replied a deep voice, though it was filled with a primordial fear. I will not fail you again, or it will be your doom.
In the northern reaches of Ravina, in the region of Animov, the Ravinian citizens who were living in the large bunker, which was destroyed, were a little safer than before, due to the cache of gear that Hawk and Argyle found in the back of the cave they now occupied, no doubt in Hawk's mind put there by Zario. It included tools to both heat and purify water, as well as start fires easily, and so for the time being the citizens were not on the verge of death. Once they knew the others were secure, Hawk took Argyle again out on the grav bikes, back to the massive smoldering building. It looked to them, for the most part, to be nearly burned out, but they needed to take a closer and cautious look to be absolutely certain. Entering the facility, they came to the main room, whose lofty ceiling was mostly intact. As long as it was structurally safe, it wouldn't pose a problem to warmth. They were able to search rather quickly the communal side of the building, putting out a few small fires as they went, but that part had enough rooms intact that the citizens could come back immediately, as long as they were sure the military side of the bunker was clear. The side where the crew's ship and home, the Fang Crest, should have been docked, but there was no sign of it. Zario won't be happy when we tell him, Argyle observed. Their main concern was for the part of the facility that was the basement of the main area, but it too was mostly intact. The fires throughout were also all nearly burnt out. The explosion was less about bringing down the fortified bunker, and more about destroying everything, and everyone, inside. It didn't take too long before they were able to start transporting some of the civilians back to the bunker, and in a couple rotations, everyone was safe inside once again. Basic supplies were mostly gone as well, and so the crew had to make some runs to the nearest towns, a long way away, to restock some of the Ravinian supplies. Once the civilians were secure, Hawk, Mecha, and Argyle left them in each other's care, along with a grav car for their own transport. The trio then made their way back south toward Cronus Prime and Pania, and toward the battle. Aezic, Chief Oshu, Vala, and all the Inagon warriors prepared back in the capital city for their assault on the Ascendancy facility on the opposing coast. It took a little more convincing of the chief that Aezic wouldn't be a hindrance to the mission, after seeing his several severe headaches since getting to know him better. But eventually Aezic convinced him that they wouldn't pose a problem. The natives had their own rituals for preparing for such an immense battle, but all prior festivities were forgotten to help conceal their plans from the enemy. The scouting was complete, and the time had come for action. Aezic saw the chief speaking once more with what he assumed were his daughters before finally joining the rest of the forces and marching off. Aezic's curiosity got the better of him. "If you don't mind me asking," he started, "are those your daughters? What were you saying to them just now?" Oshu looked at him for a moment, trying to gauge what his reaction might be to his answer. "I was warning them not to follow us, not even to the edge of the forest. They are indeed my daughters. Kita and Katash are their names, and they are too curious for their own good. And they only grew worse when the Supreme Order arrived. Before, they could be kept safe by my warriors during their mischievous wanderings through the forest, but now it is no longer so safe. It was extremely reckless of them to bring you back. They were only lucky that it turned out to be you. I will not have them throwing their lives away through such foolishness." "I suppose I see what you mean," Aezic replied, although they did seem like they could handle themselves pretty well. "Until reality intervenes," the chief retorted solemnly. "You, of all people, should know the realities of war, Lieutenant Zin." "Yes, I guess you're right," Aezic said, "but perhaps they feel they want to defend their home as well." "I see you off-worlders have very different customs in this regard," Oshu answered. But understand, Aezic, they are the home we are protecting. Aezic thought of his own family. Maybe I do understand, he finally conceded. Vala, overhearing the conversation nearby, did not, however, understand. Aezic noticed that she had also been more quiet than usual ever since returning from the scouting trip. The war party reached the coves, where they entered and crept down into the lower passages, where pools of water led through underwater tunnels back out to the sea, but near the opposite shoreline, where the Ascendancy base was located. The natives were sure that the off-world soldiers had no idea about the underwater network. Once the first unit of the forces filtered in, the chief spoke to them all in their native tongue, explaining once more the plan and what they may expect on the other side. Aezic and Vala were already aware from their prior conversations with the chief. They were to descend into the water. The natives could hold their breath, while Aezic and Vala would use their standard-issue breathing devices and swim through the submerged caverns until coming out, full force, nearly on the beaches of the Ascendancy, where the battle would immediately commence. Aezic and Vala, with their breathers, would go first and wait for the first wave of natives, led by one who Aezic took to be the captain of the warriors, named Ankh, then cover them with their concentrated plasma pistols as they storm the shore. Once the chief was finished speaking, he gave Aezic and Vala the signal, and they descended into the water. An armored gravcar sped south through the ever-warming, rocky landscape of Ravina toward the capital city of Cronus Prime. There were only 5 passengers: Valanth, Master Omen, and 3 Ascendancy soldiers. As they quickly neared Cronus Prime, Valanth saw a most unnerving sight. Omen noticed the small change of expression on Valanth's face. "That's right," Omen said. "The invasion has begun." The sky, as far as Valanth could see, was filled with Royal Ascendancy warships and carriers, entering the atmosphere of Ravina and landing at the Cronus Prime spaceport, which was now already overrun with mere soldiers. But how did they get around the Alliance ships so easily? Valanth couldn't help but ask. "That's a good question," the Ascendancy Master chuckled, as though he knew something he wasn't going to reveal. "Perhaps they were caught being complacent. Not out of the ordinary for those free worlders, isn't that right?" Just then, the comms came on, and a weathered voice came through the other end. "Master," he began, "we've run into the rebels again, and they're causing problems for us in the canyons. I've already lost a squad to the purple-eyed wretches. What would you have me do?" Omen looked annoyed for a moment, then glanced at Valanth and had a glimmer in his eye again. "Retreat and track them, Gore," he then said to the soldier on the other end. "I think I've got a way to deal with them for good." The comms then closed, and the Ascendancy Master again turned to his captive. "Looks like your earlier mission is back on, mercenary. You're going to go take care of that rebel nuisance for me right now." Zario lay on a cold metal experiment table, his body racked with pain. He had been fading in and out of consciousness for longer than he can remember, time beginning to drift together. He hadn't any idea how long he had been there. The cold, gray laboratory was dark, aside from the various monitors and data stations gleaming. Then the door to the lab opened, and the bright lights automatically blared on, startling and nearly blinding Zario. The doctor had returned. "Awake once again, I see. That's good," the mad scientist smiled. "Perhaps we can run a few more tests before you take another rest." The doctor approached the table next to Zario, where his equipment was already spread out and prepared. "I must say," he started speaking again, "some of the results from your blood and DNA tests were very promising to my research. To show my deep gratitude for your help, I'll be sure to do my best to keep you alive as long as possible. Who knows what else we may discover through you." The doctor then got to work, humming some haunting tune as he ran tests on the helpless Zario. The mercenary leader couldn't help but scream out in pain at the tortuous treatment he received at the psychotic physician's hands. Nonchalantly doing his work, he also made small talk with his patient. "You know," the doctor began at one point, "I heard a most interesting bit of news when I was away earlier. Seems your friends, Aezic Zin and the others, are alive and well somewhere on the planet still. But for some reason, the High Master is not at all happy about that, and is actively hunting them down. Between you and me, I've never seen him so worked up before in my life, and I've known him for a very long time. And I have witnessed some frightening episodes with him. I wonder what your friend possibly could have done. Either way, it is not going to turn out well for him, or any of his allies. The High Masters have even decided to, shall we say, finish Castia as well. It doesn't bode well for anyone who might happen to be there either, when the time comes." Zario caught pieces of the madman's monologue, but could barely make sense of it through the excruciating pain. Though the doctor kindly asked him not to, Zario eventually succumbed to the brutal treatment once again, and blacked out. "Can you pick anything up on your feed?" Hawk asked his comrades, Mecha and Argyle, riding the other of the two grav bikes Zario had stored in Animov, southward toward Cronus Prime, the capital of Ravina. "Nothing yet," Mecha replied, seated behind Argyle, who was steering. "Wait," she amended, as she began catching some bit of interference. After another moment, she tuned into what sounded like an emergency broadcast for Ravina, telling any citizens in need to make their way to a nearby military outpost. Many had quickly been set up for relief, so they could be transported to the southern continent, where they would be safest from the carnage. She relayed the message to the others as she heard it. "We should head down there then," Hawk replied. "If Otteron's going anywhere with Valanth, it's probably there, to continue where he left off in Animov. It looks like the quickest route there will be through the canyons," Mecha advised after checking the map. The canyons were a major landmark even in the craggy surface of Ravina, for the numerous deep fissures each spread for hundreds of miles. Most traffic that would travel the length or breadth of the planet near that hemisphere would almost surely make its way through the canyons. "All right then, let's go," Hawk commanded, and the two grav bikes kicked into high gear and sped through the warming, rocky landscape of Ravina. The chief's right-hand man, Honk, swam through the last bit of underwater cavern that led out to the open sea, along with his elite fighting force, and there met Aezic and Vala for the initial onslaught of the Ascendancy-controlled coastline. Donning their breathing devices, with concentrated plasma pistols drawn, the two off-worlders led the natives from the waters. By the time they surfaced, they were within earshot of the beaches, and also within weapon range. Two startled Ascendancy guards nearest their position tried to quickly take aim, but Aezic was quicker, dispatching both before they had a chance. Vala then joined him as the other nearby guards were alerted to the ambush, but they were caught totally off guard without having had any reason to suspect an entire army was waiting on their doorstep. The natives eventually came into range and began covering them with their own strange projectile weapons, as the attackers established a position on the beachhead. Aezic took to the front lines with two concentrated plasma blades, luckily still left by Drop, the Ascendancy leader, after the crash, along with several other weapons the three fake pirates were carrying. The ex-Alliance lieutenant bobbed, weaved, and parried the oncoming plasma fire with expert precision. The natives' projectile weapons, while strange, were still quite effective. They found a way to hone what seemed to be their own native Aetherium into small pellets that could fire at incredible speeds and even pierce through synthplate. Aezic then knew it was not only due to the ascendancy that there was Aetherium on this planet, which he had wondered ever since their escape pod had been shot down. While Vala led the main advance with another of the native leaders, Aezic led Chief Oshu, Ankh, and his men on a frontal assault of the lightly guarded fortress. Most of the guardsmen being dealt with early, the entire fighting force quickly made it to an entrenched position near the main gate. Aezic and the chief's crew seized an opportunity to infiltrate the base when the first wave of reinforcements then began retreating back inside. Once within the facility, the small group of native warriors, plus Aezic, were confronted by the officers of the Royal Ascendancy, who finally joined the rest of the garrison. "Destroy them all," the leader, a High Master, commanded with a menacing grin. Aezic was slightly surprised to see one of the High Masters here. Oshu would have had no idea that this man was such a high rank in the Ascendancy military, not having known of the Ascendancy by name at all. A captain and his lieutenant, known in the Ascendancy as a Master and Low Master, were with him, along with several other lower-ranking officer-class soldiers, known as leaders. "I'll take the leader," Aezic began. "Get the other two with him." But Chief Oshu stopped him. "No, I will battle their leader. This is my home, not yours." There was no time to argue. The skirmish was upon them. The High Master was protected by his subordinates, however, and the Chief and Aezic were engaged by the two other captain-class soldiers. Ankh helped the other natives fight their way to the nearby door controls, took the position from the enemy, and let the rest of their forces reposition at the entrance and join the fight. Things were going rather smoothly. Aezic thought they should consider themselves lucky that only one of the High Master's three subordinate masters and his Low Master was here with them, or else they may have been a little outnumbered. "Master Dark, right?" Aezic said to the seasoned Ascendancy officer that faced him. "Your face is well known in the Alliance." "As is yours now, Aezic Zin," replied the big Emir warrior, before launching his first attack against Aezic with his own concentrated plasma blade. Aezic had already holstered one of his own, and fought Master Dark blade to blade. Next to him, Chief Oshu was also wielding one of the concentrated plasma blades with expertise. His opponent, Aezic could guess, was Low Master Call, the subordinate of Master Dark. Aezic saw a lot of similarity between the Inagonians and his own people, for they both highly regarded skills within Aetherblade, Aetherium naturally occurring on both of their worlds. Oshu was also the greatest of his people's warriors, and a new weapon was no problem for him, especially since the plasma blade wasn't meant to be a difficult weapon to wield in the first place. Aezic and Master Dark parried back and forth. The Ascendancy leader was a formidable opponent, and Aezic was glad Oshu was fighting the Low Master. Despite being a great warrior, the chief had never faced a threat like the Ascendancy in combat before. He held his own well against Call, though, and the tide continued to push in their favor. Vala and the other natives arrived to take control of the doorway, leaving Ankh and the others to join in the frontal assault. Just then, another Mir warrior appeared from the ramparts just above with another crew of soldiers. The one leading them jumped down, his concentrated plasma blade aimed at Vala. Seeing the reinforcements arrive, Ankh turned back just in time to block the blow before it fell, which sliced his Aether blade in two. Without missing a beat, however, Ankh charged and kicked the newly arrived warrior, knocking him away from the half-shocked Vala, who could only thank the native with a look. Coming to her senses, Vala finally recognized her attacker. It was one of the soldiers from back on the Ascendancy ship. It was Crag. She then called to Ankh, threw him her own concentrated plasma blade, and let him take care of the Ascendancy leader. Aezic meanwhile continued his duel with Master Dark, who took an opportunity in the midst of a fight he was losing to try and throw Aezic off. "Your friend Zario is enjoying his stay here." It didn't quite get the reaction he had hoped for, so he added, "He's the special guest of our own very renowned doctor." With that, Aezic's head began to swim, and confused images came to mind. The doctor, he thought hard to remember him. He knew he did. Then, a painful headache gripped him and sent him to the ground. Valanth lay in the prone position, his plasma rifle trained on his target nearly half a mile away. The rebel leader was easy to spot amongst the rest of the combatants, because he had a presence that was hard to miss, not to mention a shock of long blonde hair on his unguarded head. He had to wait a while before acquiring his target, because the fake Ravinians had retreated at the end of the rotation, and the canyon remained held by the rebels until the following rotation. That's when Captain Otteron, Master Omen, took Valanth to snipe the rebel leader. "Well, what are you waiting for, mercenary?" Master Omen goaded Valanth. "Take the shot. I know this distance is no issue for you." "Your men are down there too," Valanth replied. "You wouldn't want me hitting one of them by mistake, would you?" "Let me worry about my subordinates, and you just do what you're told," Omen spat back. "Unless you want me to begin the torture of your friends, starting with, 'Will you quit rushing me?'" Valanth interrupted him. "I'm here, aren't I? Just let me do the job right." He refocused his sight in the scope of the rifle, and when he did, he noticed an approaching grav bike, and then another. As they came into better view, they both stopped short of the battle once they saw it and seemed to be discussing what they should do. Once they chose to enter the fight themselves, Valanth could see who was riding them. Valanth quickly rolled from his position, taking aim now at Master Omen with the rifle. Omen, too, however, had seen who the new arrivals were, and that he had lost his bargaining chip. It was Hawk, Mecha, and Argyle. Omen was able to knock the rifle away in time, drawing his concentrated plasma blade and striking at Valanth, but not before Valanth snatched one of the other soldiers' blades and parried the attack. He cut down two of the soldiers with Omen before the Ascendancy Master fled the battle with the other. Valanth then quickly made his way down to his friends in the fight. The other three, Hawk, Mecha, and Argyle, meanwhile rode into the canyon, making contact with the commander of the rebels in the back lines. The three came to a stop, dismounted their grav bikes, and Hawk led the others with their hands open, hoping to show the rebels they meant no harm. "Peace," Hawk started once in earshot. "We came to help. If you're not Ascendancy and you're fighting Ravinian soldiers, you must know that they're fake. So do we." "Who are you?" the commander asked, weapon at the ready. "Mercenaries who were captured by the Ascendancy and these guys," Hawk replied. "Don't worry, we're friends of Ravina." The commander didn't think too long about it. "You look like you know how to handle yourselves, and we could use some help out there. I'm afraid things aren't going our way. They managed to outflank us, and it doesn't seem we'll hold out here much longer." "How bad is it?" Hawk asked. "You need us to find you a way out?" "If you can open up the western pass," the rebel commander started, pointing toward a way through the canyons, "I think we'd be able to make a retreat." "Consider it done. Get ready to get out of here," Hawk said. But then, not too far off, on an outcropping of the cliff, they heard and saw a plasma rifle blast blink down into the fray. Several more shots followed. Hawk, Mecha, and Argyle knew exactly who it was. "Hey, what's your name?" Hawk asked the commander. "Proust," the rebel replied. "I take back what I said, Proust," Hawk said with a smile. "Instead, we're just gonna go win you this fight." Meanwhile, the leader of the Ravinian rebels glided through the enemy ranks, a shock of blonde hair flowing behind him, slicing with his aether blade and shouting rallying calls as well as insults as he went. "Let's go, teach these fakers a lesson. Ravina's not going to be their pawn." Making his way into the midst of the enemy ranks, he spotted their commander, Lowmaster Gore, slowly coming toward him. "Barnes," he shouted back to one of his comrades. "Get my back, will ya?" "You got it," replied a larger man with unkempt brown locks over his face, who was fending off multiple assailants, trying to reach his leader. His aether plate provided ample protection, but he was still swarmed by the multitude of pseudo-Ravinian soldiers between him and the rebel leader, who was just about to clash with the Lowmaster, who was posed as the lieutenant of the troop. Just then a concentrated plasma rifle shot rang out through the canyon from above, causing everyone to take at least a moment to see who had released it. One fake soldier near Barnes dropped to the ground from the impact. Then another shot was fired, and another soldier close to him fell. The fight was back on shortly after, and Barnes found his way to the commander clear. "Calma," he shouted over the fray once he arrived. "Ha!" The rebel leader turned for a split second to laugh over his shoulder. "I knew you'd make it, buddy." Then he parried the Lowmaster's attack and went on the offensive with his incredible sword skills. Hawk, Mecha, and Argyle soon made it to the battle, where Mecha and Argyle took up positions toward the left flank, near the cliff where Valanth was perched. Hawk covered them with his own plasma pistol, as well as his personal weapon customized by Filony himself, an elongated stun blade which activates on both ends. Due to Zario's foresight, an extra one had been stashed in the Animov cave, along with many other weapons. All things being equal, Hawk preferred not to kill if he could help it, so Filony developed a weapon for him to produce maximal effect with minimal casualties. The extra firepower coming into the fight unopposed quickly started turning the tide of battle in favor of the rebels. Barnes held off the grunts, while the rebel leader, Kama, had Lowmaster Gore on the ropes. Dealing him a critical blow, Gore dropped his weapon and Kama pointed his blade at him, waiting for his surrender. The other fake Ravinian soldiers, seeing their commander lose, started to flee the battle one by one. "Well, Lowmaster," Kama the rebel said to the Ascendancy leader, "looks like you're coming with us. We can do this the easy way or the hard way." He turned and began to walk back to his crew, and Lowmaster Gore took the opportunity to pull another plasma pistol from his side and take aim at the rebel leader. Barnes, Kama's right-hand man, however, was right next to him, and knocked the Lowmaster out cold before he got a shot off. "The hard way, looks like," Kama chuckled. The Ravinian rebels had won the battle. Beyond Lumina, Episode 18, Requiem. "Sergeant Major Ravim, report," called a stern voice. "These Ascendancy ships came through your sector and you retreated before calling for aid. Now we've lost the orbital position without a fight. What do you have to say for yourself?" Sir, Robin began to his commanding officer, I apologize, but we had no chance of victory with the amount of ships they sent in the initial wave. All I could do was think of the safety of my crew and retreat. Our positions looked too scattered to convene in time to drive them off. I thought our best chance was to regroup here and defend our ground position until reinforcements can come to flank their position in space. That wasn't your call to make, the third person in the room with them retorted. I can't believe you'd go over Captain Vanguard's head like that. It's all right, Merviver, said the captain to his lieutenant. On Lumina, I don't know why you decided to act without at least telling me, Ravim, but we've known each other long enough. I trust you were acting as you thought best. I just hope we can find a way out of it now that they've breached our orbital defenses. Ravim looked to be contemplating this for a moment, then said with a sigh, I understand, Captain. So do I. However, the two of you are not even going to make it out of this room. Quickly, he pulled two concentrated plasma pistols from their holsters and shot both of his superiors down in cold blood before they had any time to react. His heart racing, Ravim tried to gathering himself as best he could and move the bodies of Captain Vanguard and Lieutenant Merviver out of sight. Just then, someone tried making contact with him. It was Master Sergeant Maloon. Commander Ravim, come in, sir, she said. Yes, Sergeant. Ravim tried to answer with a steady voice. What is it? You have another update for me already? Yes, sir, sort of, Maloon replied. The Corporal and I have left Inigon and are on our way back to Ravina, but we saw an incoming ship before we left local space, and there was no doubt in my mind it was a Ravinian ship, most likely coming for Aezic Zin. Ravim thought hard for a moment, then smiled. I see. Thank you for the update, Sergeant Maloon. That may be useful information indeed. Maloon then asked, Sir, what would you have us do about the Ravinian ship? Surely you don't want them to get to Aezic before the Alliance does. It's all right, Ravim replied. Let them continue onward to Inigon. Don't try to stop them. Just return here. We have new orders to fulfill. Copy that, sir, Maloon said and cut comms. She wasn't sure what to make of it all. It didn't make sense to put so much effort into trying to bring Aezic in, just to allow him to be saved by someone else. And where did that Ravinian frigate come from anyway? As far as she knew, there were too few Ravinian military left to manage a vessel like that, let alone think about arriving at a place like Inigon just for one man. It was all so strange, but she trusted Ravim. Meanwhile, Ravim opened comms with someone else just after Maloon had called. Yes, sir, he started. It's done. And I have even better news. They finally made contact with Zin. The din of battle rang across the mainland coast of the pre-space planet of Inigon, as Aezic and Vala, along with the chief and his cohorts they had met on the neighboring island, stormed the secret ascendancy facilities where Zario had been taken. Within the facility, the fight raged on, and Aezic, after finally gathering himself following a particularly nasty episode of headaches, looked up to see that Chief Oshu had saved his life by parrying the killing blow of Master Dark, one of the Ascendancy leaders present. Lucky for him, Oshu saw Aezic go down and was able to deal a critical blow to Low Master Call and knock him out cold. Go help the others, the chief instructed Aezic. I'll take care of him. But Chief, Aezic tried to respond. Go, Oshu repeated. You won't be of any use here in your current state. He clashed once more with Dark, who was growing frustrated with the fight the two warriors were putting up, and over the fact that his subordinate had failed and now lay in a crumpled, slumbering heap, very ill-befitting one of his rank. Using on Oshu the same sort of tactics he did on Aezic, Master Dark said, Perhaps it is you who ought to go, native. Perhaps your little village isn't as safe as you think, especially with all of your warriors fighting here. What does that mean? Aezic asked him. Didn't you find it a little odd that such a facility was manned by a High Master, with only one of his masters here? Surely you aren't that naive, Lieutenant, Dark added chidingly. Lumina, I should have known better, Aezic thought. Then he said to Oshu, You need to get back to the island. All of you, hurry. Let us handle the rest of these guys. Oshu was infuriated by the taunt, however, and clashed with the Ascendancy Master with full force, surprising him and setting him off balance after a swift combination of attacks. Then the chief struck with vengeance and slew Master Dark, who doubled over at first, trying to hang on before finally succumbing to the grievous wound. Seeing two of their leaders go down, many of the Ascendancy soldiers began to retreat farther into the facility. Oshu didn't want to leave Aezic in their current mission, but he was concerned about his people's safety, especially that of his daughters. There were still some warriors and guards back in the city, but they couldn't be certain how many Ascendancy were attacking based on what Dark said, or whether he was even telling the truth at all. Aezic didn't want to take the chance. Oshu glanced at the Ascendancy leader, High Master Ren, but Aezic said, I can take care of him. Don't worry about me. Then Ankh, nearby, dueling with Crag, told his chief, Go back. We will stay with the Outlanders. The chief was slightly reluctant to agree, but he didn't feel he could delay any longer. Fine. Good luck, and return quickly yourselves, he said, and retreated with most of the native warriors back to their island. Ankh had by then dealt several critical blows to Crag, who remained fighting through it. But once the situation grew dire, and Ankh's own concern for his people grew, he held nothing back, and attacking with all his skill, might, and courage, slashed at Crag's right arm, cutting through the synth plate and rendering the appendage useless as the Ascendancy warrior dropped his concentrated plasma blade. Realizing he was defeated, Crag also fled the battle with the few soldiers who remained back into the compound. High Master Ren's heightened anger seemed to darken the very room as his plans were unraveling. With a menacing roar, he shouted, I'll deal with him myself then, you fools. Drawing his own concentrated plasma blade, he approached Aezic. You die here, you worm. Aezic looked at Ankh and Vala. Go, find Zario and get out of here. Hurry. They hesitated only a moment, but obeyed the order, and along with the other native warriors, stormed into the inner parts of the facility to search for their ally. Aezic then turned to High Master Ren. Don't think about trying to stop them, he said. I don't care about them, Ren answered. Only about taking your head. Aezic didn't get why Ren would personally dislike him so much, but he didn't really care. Then come and try, he replied, brandishing his own blade, as the two elite warriors prepared to do battle to the death. Excuse me, voter, said Grim, the traitorous Ascendancy soldier to Glaus. He had just come looking for his benefactor after Glaus had himself gone in search of one of the natives who might know how to speak common. He figured checking around the royal palace, if that's what it was the best plan, so he hadn't gone far. Yes, my boy, voter Glaus addressed the young soldier. Is something wrong? I can't say for sure, Grim replied, but I just received an attack beacon through my gear. If it's real, it has to be close for my equipment to pick it up. I think they might be coming here. Do you think the others lost so quickly? The news was unsettling indeed. Glaus knew they had to act. The situation was too tense to do otherwise. Come, he told Grim. We need to warn the natives. As the two left, Glaus then remembered that, despite what seemed to be warnings from their father to stay in the palace, he had seen the two Inagonian princesses again secretly wander into the forest. Let us hurry, he added. Lumina began to fade beyond the rugged Ravinian horizon, as the ragtag group of rebels recollected themselves after the battle, and formally met the mercenaries that showed up to help them. So, the rebel leader named Kama began, once Hawk, Mecca, and Argyle reunited with Valen. Who exactly are you? Don't get me wrong, we appreciate the help, but help isn't something we come by very often here anymore. You might just have to call us your new best friends, Hawk answered amicably. As I told one of your officers here, we're a group of mercenaries from off-world who happen to know a lot about what's going on here, and are probably even more wanted by our mutual enemy than you are. Enough said, replied Kama. You had me at mutual enemy. You mind sharing what you know? We can head back to our hideout nearby and come up with a plan to stop this invasion. The sky remained full of Ascendancy ships in orbit over Cronus Prime. Actually, we need to head down south to Bikaron right now, Hawk answered. We just came from Animov, where these fake soldiers were housing a bunch of citizens. They destroyed the facility, but we were able to save the people inside. Now, though, they're trying to get whoever else they can to head down to Bikaron, we assume to a similar facility. The Animov facility is gone? Kama asked in shock. We tried to infiltrate it quietly ourselves, but we weren't able to get anyone out. We were at least able to snag ourselves a new ship, though. We weren't sure exactly what they were doing up there, but if you say they're trying the same thing in the south, then let's go bust it up before it even begins. My thoughts exactly, Hawk replied. We will take the bikes down and meet you there, I assume after you take care of this fella. He referred to the captured Lowmaster Gore. Is your ship close by? Always, the rebel leader said, then activated a communication device. Hey, Green, we need a pickup. We've got business in Bikaron now. A moment later came the voice of a young woman. It's about time, Kama. We've been worried about you guys ever since the firefight stopped. We're on our way. Several more moments later, a frigate-class ship appeared from a nearby canyon and hovered its way over to the small militia. As it approached, the mercenaries looked up in surprise. Hey, Hawk said. That's our ship. Kita and Katash, the daughters of the chief of Inagon, had snuck down to the coast near the underwater cove's entrance. They were experts at maneuvering past the guards at this point, having done it so often. In the past, the girls would look for different animals, or find flowers or berries to gather, or just run through the magnificent forests of their home. Nowadays, Kita was mostly interested in following Ankh, with whom she was set to make a life bond, making him the future chief of their people. Katash still just wanted to follow her sister, though she found the adventures much more boring now. But today was a little different than usual. Normally, they weren't worried about what may happen to Ankh and their father, and all the other warriors that had gone to battle some foe from an unknown world. Today, the channel between their island and the mainland seemed to hold a dense and menacing pall, silent but crushing, of the fear and rage that boiled over in battle. But it was closer than they thought. Moments later, they heard what sounded like one of the guards crying out in pain, then a few crashing noises and the thud. That was followed by several other similar occurrences before the girls saw one of the guards for themselves lying dead on the forest floor. Intense fear instantly gripped them both as they made a mad dash back toward the city. More warriors were appearing from time to time, coming toward the coast from their home, and they saw several fall immediately as they defended Kita and Katash from the oncoming menace that remained hidden in the thickets, in the onslaught of the blasts of light that slew their kinsmen. They ran as fast as they could through their forest home, which now seemed a strange and unknown place in their hysteria, with branches and thorns scraping and lacerating them as they went, though they were too frightened to notice. Just then, the flashes of light reached the girls. Kita, her eyes half closed in terror, tried to run even faster than her legs could take her. She tripped over a log, then glancing behind her saw that Katash wasn't there. Looking farther back without stopping, she saw her younger sister lying unmoving on the leafy bed of the forest floor, a black burn in the center of her back. Kita stopped dead in her tracks, forgetting the danger that advanced closer every second. She fell to her knees in shock as the Ascendancy soldiers came into view of her. She didn't notice. She also didn't notice when they began to fire again. But another man, dressed in only half of the enemy's armor, jumped in front of her, blocking with his arm a blast from the space weapon. "Ah!" he cried out in pain as the fiery shot seared through his armor and charred his flesh. It was Grim. At the same time, a younger man and an old man in long robes also came trouncing through the forest. The old man, it was Glaus, shook Kita and shouted at her, trying to get her to snap out of her shock. "My lady, we must go, please," he kept yelling over and over, until Grim just grabbed the girl and the three made off with her toward the city once again. The few remaining warriors who were still coming from the city saw them, and luckily had already seen Glaus and Artis in the city several times, to know that they were allies, and so the Inagonian warriors covered their escape with the native princess. The warriors were slowly able to begin halting the advance of the Ascendancy soldiers, though they could only do so much. Once they saw the plasma-burned body of Katash, their chief's daughter, however, the blood of the natives boiled, and their rage began to turn the tide of the battle. They fought back with every ounce of strength they had, determined to not let the despicable Outlanders take another step toward the rest of their people. Back and forth the momentum nevertheless shifted, as the rest of the Ascendancy forces finally arrived in the forest, and by sheer numbers began to overwhelm the natives once more, despite their heavy casualties. Just then, from behind the native lines came such a roar of pain and anger that all stopped for a moment, for fear of some massive, wild beast about to burst into the frayed clearing. Even worse for the Ascendancy, it was Chief Oshu and more of the Inagonian warriors, and the chief had just found his youngest daughter. Then Oshu did indeed burst into the clearing like a massive, wild beast, but with even greater ferocity. He slew several soldiers in only a few swings of his blade, rampaging through their back lines with the rest of his men behind him. The warriors defending the city were emboldened and re-inspired, once more turning the tide of battle in favor of the natives. High Master Rend was furious as he mustered all his skills to do battle with Aezic. Rend had heard that the Alliance lieutenant was extremely adept at swordplay, but he was taken aback at his prowess in reality. The High Master himself was known for his elite abilities with the blade as well, but he wasn't as young as he once was. Aezic had mostly recovered from his headache in the previous battle, mostly due to adrenaline, and he felt like he had High Master Rend on the defensive as the rest of his allies stormed the facility to rescue Zarya. As the two broke from their clash for a moment, now that the room was mostly quiet and devoid of life besides the two combatants, they heard a noise in the distant sky like an approaching ship. Rend smiled wryly. "Well, Lieutenant," he mocked, "looks like your time is up. My reinforcements have arrived. Did you really think we would be the only Ascendancy outpost on this backwater planet?" Aezic gritted his teeth in anger and frustration, trying to think of an answer. "We might get trapped in here," he thought. "Our only chance might be to take this facility and defend it for ourselves. But being that it's an Ascendancy outpost, that isn't a very safe option either. Chances are they can trigger a remote self-destruction sequence." He didn't know what to do. But then, the loud tearing of metal and a chain of explosions rang down the coastline. Both Aezic and Rend stopped in confusion, wondering what had just happened, until a huge Ascendancy frigate came crashing down into the sea outside the entryway, its hull splintered with huge Aetherium spikes. "The traitorous native scum!" Rend roared when he realized what had happened. The ship had been shot down in the same manner as the escape pod of Aezic and the others. Vala, Ankh, and the rest of the native warriors pressed forward into the compound, searching and clearing all the rooms they came across, and scattering the remaining Ascendancy soldiers. The Inagonians didn't want to delay any longer than necessary, for they too wanted to return to defend their island from whatever the potential threat Master Dark had mentioned. The group met little resistance as they advanced deeper and deeper, until finally they came to a large laboratory of some sort. As soon as they entered, the lights and all the machinery flashed brightly to life, startling Vala and the natives, until they realized they were motion activated. In the center of the room, on a cold metal table, was an unconscious Zario, bound ankle and wrist by synth cuffs. Rushing into the room, Vala located the controls for the cuffs, freed him, then ran to see if he was all right. The natives were about to hoist him onto a stretcher they found nearby, but he started to come to. Ugh, he groaned, shaking his head slightly. He was aware enough to recognize the Free World Sergeant. Vala, he said groggily. Vala, I think we have to go somewhere. I can't remember, but it's bad. Just rest now, and keep still, Vala instructed him as gently as she could in their haste. The natives are going to get you out of here. We're leaving right away. You got to be careful, Zario managed to speak again. The Ascendancy, they have... I know, Vala answered somberly. We saw it all on our way here. Well, we saw something. But it can wait. We've cleared the facility for now. We can make it out without a problem. Just rest now. The group hurried their way out of the facility, the same way they came, and in a short time re-entered the main hangar, where Aezic and High Master Ren continued their duel. Both had taken significant damage, and Ren had aimed to fight him to the death. But once he saw the others arrive with Zario, he knew he had lost. Curse you all, he bellowed, smacking away Aezic's blade and making a hasty retreat. This isn't over, Zin. You can be sure of that. We will meet again, and I will have your head. He didn't wait to hear Aezic's response, instead quickly retreating into the compound. I'll be ready, Aezic said to himself, disengaging his concentrated plasma blade, as Vala, Zario, Ankh, and the other natives reached him. Come on, let's get out of here. Exiting the facility, the others saw what had become of the Ascendancy reinforcements. Calavites! Ankh exclaimed with hope. The battle had again spilled from the other side of the compound toward the beachhead, where the group was greeted by what looked to the Outlanders like a commander from a different native tribe than the one they had already met. He approached them without hesitation, as Ankh did him, and they spoke quickly in their native tongue. Ankh, referring to the off-worlders, must have said something indicating he could speak freely in common, so the commander told them, We saw our Selvite neighbors here engage these Outlanders in battle, and though we have been aiding these wretched people since they arrived, we have not done so willingly. We are happy to fight now at your side to rid our world of them. However, they are more widespread here on Kalava than you may realize. It won't be an easy feat, but we may yet achieve victory if we are able to unite the other tribes and work together. Especially, he now addressed Aezic directly, if we have our own off-world support. The time has indeed come to destroy these intruders, my brother, replied Ankh warmly. But first we must return at once to aid my people. The enemy has snuck into Selvas while we fought here. Go then, and hurry, said the commander. We will hold the foe here on our shores and let no more cross to your island. Make haste, and may the warrior spirit go with you. The group quickly made their way across the channel on simple Ascendancy vessels, their anxiety and tension increasing as they caught sight of the other Ascendancy ships already on the opposite shoreline, As they got closer, from the other shore came a massive explosion that shook their vessel and sent huge waves toward them. "Just hold on, everyone," Aezic called out. "The ships will make it through. We can't do anything about that yet. Just hope that our allies over there are safe. It's too late to go back now." The ships did hold up, and the waves sent them toward their destination a little quicker, though it shook up the passengers quite a bit. Making it to the other side, though, it was not long before the din of the raging battle was heard, and the wrath-filled words of the natives could be discerned. Nearly all at once, with loud lamenting, the entire group of native warriors wailed in sorrow and anger. Aezic, Vala, and even the half-conscious Zarya were startled by such a show of emotion so suddenly. "What? What is it?" Aezic asked quickly. He had to ask several times before finally Ankh gave a choked answer. "They say, the chief's daughter, she is dead." Beyond Lumina, Episode 19, Retribution. Ravina, a girl similar in appearance, but younger than the Kostian girl, started. "Since Usion is at the hangar now, where is Filini? I thought he might be here this rotation." "He said that he wanted to go see more of the planet. I told him to be careful, because he still doesn't quite blend in here. He will probably come by the grove when he's finished, Shuri." "I hope so," the young girl, Shuri, replied with a frown. Sure enough, not too late in the rotation, Filini came to the mushroom grove, speeding into the lot dangerously. Both girls came over to him in a bit of a hurry when they saw his own haste. "Filini," Rini called to him, "why are you driving so recklessly? Is something wrong?" "Rini," Filini then looked at the other girl and couldn't help blushing. "Shuri, we are in great danger here. I don't know how to say this." Rini was very worried now. "Tell us, Filini, what's the matter?" "We need to tell everyone we can to get off Kostia as soon as possible. Right now," Filini answered straightforwardly, not sure how else to break such shocking news. "Your planet isn't going to be here much longer." The pre-space planet of Inagon had erupted in war. On the island known as Selvis, where Aezic and the others crash-landed, the Ascendancy now flooded the forest home of the native tribe. The death of the chief's younger daughter, Katash, sent the Inagon warriors into a frenzy, handling a battle in which they had only one man for every 5. When the chief returned with the warriors fighting on the mainland and outflanked the Ascendancy soldiers, the battle shifted in their favor, despite the overwhelming number of reinforcements. In his grief and rage, Chief Oshu cut down more soldiers than anyone, sparing nobody his blade. He nearly single-handedly turned the tide when he arrived, and the Ascendancy soldiers began to look like they were ready to retreat. But suddenly the chief saw from the corner of his eye a flash of gray, followed by a searing pain. He looked down to see a charred and open wound at his side, tried to stay the bleeding, then scanned the area for his assailant, to no avail. "Show yourself, coward," the chief challenged his hidden opponent, "or are you too weak to face me directly?" The figure darted toward him again, but this time stopped short as Oshu tried to react in time. The warrior then slashed upward, and he seemed to jump an incredible height when he did so, adding to the impact and slashing into the chief's left arm. His enemy then came hurtling back down with a concentrated plasma blade pointed at Chief Oshu's head. Back in the treetop city, Glaus, along with Artis and Grim, led Kita, the chief's elder daughter, to a safe place and stayed with her for some protection, as most of the men had gone to fight. Kita was in shock, shaking uncontrollably. Glaus tried to calm her down, but was also concerned for Grim. "Your arm, son," he said to the Ascendancy renegade. "You need to get it treated right away." "I can go find someone. It's fine." Grim stopped him. "He can wait until this is over." He stood near the entrance to the room, along with Artis, with plasma pistol drawn in case the enemy would break through into the city. "Your change of heart is admirable," replied Glaus. "Don't assume too much, old man," Grim said somberly. "I doubt you'd understand." Glaus noted the statement, then turned his attention toward Kita once more. "Can you understand me, my girl? Can you hear me? Come now, it's going to be all right. Artis, can you find some water for her to drink, perhaps?" Artis nodded and quickly dashed away. "Don't worry," he said again to Kita. "Your kinsman will return soon, victorious." On the shoreline of the Inagonian island, Aezic, Ankh, and the others entered the fray, while Vala tried to keep Zaryo safe in the back. The new native combatants were immediately thrown into fits of rage like their brethren over the death of Katash, so they quickly pushed into the enemy's back lines and began to rout the Ascendancy army. Aezic attempted to lead Vala and Zaryo through to their allies, and soon caught a glimpse of the chief, just in time to see him get slashed by something rocketing through the clearing. Just then, someone else bolted through the natives' ranks, colliding with Ankh and dragging him off his feet and into the thicket. There was no time for Aezic to help, for he saw the chief was in great danger. Rushing toward the center of the fray, he saw his assailant deal the chief another devastating upward strike, then vanish from sight. "You can't be serious," Aezic thought, realizing what was happening. Oshu's attacker came plummeting down from the sky, plasma blade aimed right at the native chief. With his 2 severe wounds, he was unable to defend himself, and prepared for the end. Just before his killer connected with him, however, a few plasma pistol shots came speeding through the forest, aimed right at the descending Ascendancy officer. The villain saw the attack coming, and was able to stop instantly in midair, and change direction, retreating from the plasma shots, as well as Chief Oshu. Running toward his new ally, Aezic covered the chief now with his own concentrated plasma blade. "Thank you, my friend," the chief said to him, sorrow coating every word. "Don't mention it," Aezic replied, "and I'm sorry." There was no more time for words, as the Ascendancy attacker advanced once more with lightning speed, but Aezic parried the oncoming blade with some ease. Doing so, he caught a glimpse of who it was he was fighting. Not surprising, he thought again. Again, the soldiers sped toward Aezic and Oshu, trying to use whatever device he had for misdirection now rather than speed. But Aezic pulled out his plasma pistol again and fired in what looked like a sporadic pattern. However, it allowed him to then manipulate the warrior's path, so Aezic could better predict his next strike. He was successful, and when the two clashed again, Aezic caught his opponent by the hilt of his plasma blade, stopping him in his place. "Master Scar," he said, calling out their attacker. "Only the Ascendancy, only you, would be so reckless as to fight using grav boots. If not one of your own men, you'll certainly get yourself killed." The assailant, Master Scar, cackled at this statement, and then engaging his grav boots, forced himself out of Aezic's grasp, then reversed the boot's gravity, causing him to flip over Aezic and give him a swift kick, knocking him forward several feet. The seasoned soldier quickly recovered, though, and met the incoming plasma blade of Master Scar's with his own. "Not bad," Master Scar hissed. He tried maneuvering around Aezic with the grav boots while they fought, doing everything in his power to create an opening. He switched to shorter dashes and quick strikes, but Aezic countered each, and Scar was growing angry. In his anger, he slipped up, and Aezic predicting where the Ascendancy Master would go, sliced at the grav boots, causing them to spark and explode, greatly wounding Master Scar, who cried out in pain. "I guess you didn't know," Aezic started, relaxing his stance, "that I was a star grav ball player back in my younger days." Scar landed not far from Aezic and Oshu, and the chief didn't hesitate to advance and execute the enemy warrior. After doing so, he turned to Aezic. "Thank you again, my friend. I would not have lived if it hadn't been for you." "You're welcome. I'm just glad I made it in time," Aezic replied, looking down again at the now deceased Master Scar. Oshu noticed the Outlander's expression. "Would you have had me show mercy toward this wretched villain?" Aezic thought about it, then replied, "I don't know." "There is no time for your indecision," Oshu stated. "Let us finish this battle, Aezic Zin." Ankh had been taken off his feet several times in a row, pummeled by some fast-moving object, and separated from the rest of the group. Now in a dense patch of jungle, he scoured the woody surroundings for his attacker, trying to hear his approach through the foliage. Instead, he was met by plasma shots, some of which he dodged, others he absorbed with the concentrated plasma blade that Vala had lent him. Then he heard maniacal, high-pitched laughter, then its owner saying, "Oh my, are the savages upset? Because the girl is dead?" He laughed some more. Ankh's rage boiled over, and giving a war cry, charged the direction he thought he heard the voice. He was slightly mistaken, and the Ascendancy soldier shot back into him at full force, knocking Ankh down once more and the air out of his lungs. Again the man laughed evilly, and then repeated, "Oh, are you mad too? Did you care about her?" He tried attacking Ankh again, but Ankh was too experienced to let a few bruises stop him from defending himself, especially with the adrenaline that was flowing through him. The Ascendancy attacker stopped and spoke again. "You know who killed her? Take a guess." Then he laughed even louder, and without allowing Ankh to answer, began chanting, "I killed her! I killed the girl!" Ankh yelled in fury and again tried charging the enemy. Again he misjudged the sneaky soldier's position, and he again tried punishing Ankh, who this time caught a glimpse of the human rocket just before he made impact. Ankh grabbed onto him and threw off the device being used to move at such high speeds, sending both Ankh and his assailant crashing to the ground in a heap of dazed flesh. Ankh, however, came to his senses more quickly, and seeing the Ascendancy soldier lying next to him, gave a roar and ignited the concentrated plasma blade. The other soldier, coming around himself, cried out in terror as he saw the native warrior on top of him. Then he was run through by Ankh's plasma blade, and he was no more. Private Zawopika shook uncontrollably from fear and anxiety at what she had just witnessed. She couldn't make any sense of it. All she could think to do was contact her other superior, the person she trusted most, outside of her twin sister. "Sergeant, please come in," Zawopika stammered nervously. "It's an emergency." "What is it, Private?" came the voice of Master Sergeant Maloon on the other end. "Sir, I don't know what to do," she began anxiously. "I don't know what's happening. Private," Maloon shouted through her ship's comms. "Get a hold of yourself and tell me what's going on." "Sergeant, there's another invasion," Zawopika tried again. "When I went to report on our mission to the commander, I heard what sounded like plasma shots. I looked in the room and I saw the Sergeant Major standing over the bodies of Captain Bedgard and Lieutenant Mervavert." Maloon's face went pale. She knew something was up. There were enough warnings. She just didn't want to face what that meant. "Private, have you told anyone else about this?" she asked her subordinate. "No, I didn't know what to do when I found out, so that's why I contacted you," Zawopika answered honestly. "You need to keep this between us for now," Maloon instructed her. Don't tell anyone else. At all, Zawa. Corporal Dodds and I are returning to Ravina right now. We'll discuss it when we get on planet. For now, just do what you're told. Yes, Commander. Zawapika complied. She knew the extra part of the warning meant not to tell her twin sister, Kizawap, Vala's subordinate, about it either. Cutting communications, the young woman from Lonvirov tried to calm herself down in her sleeping quarters, but before long, another call came through her comms. Private, it was Corporal Tice, currently heading the entire squad while both Maloon and Vala were absent. The Sergeant Major told us to get ready to head out. General Vorian and Captain Hadrid have arrived with their forces. Yes, sir, Zawapika quickly replied and prepared herself. The general's here, she thought. Maybe I should tell him what I saw. As much as she wanted to, she was too loyal to Maloon to disobey such a direct order. So she left her quarters, met with the rest of the squad, and tried to act normal, though it wasn't long before her sister Kizawap detected something was wrong. The squad met with their commander as he was greeting General Vorian and Captain Hadrid. Commanders, I'm glad you're here, he started, with such a war on our doorstep. Yes, the general replied, and it will arrive at Cronus Prime shortly. We must prepare as quickly as possible. Where are Captain Vanguard and the lieutenant? I have not been able to reach them since earlier this rotation. Sir, Robin's voice felt quiet and somber. Captain Vanguard and Lieutenant Mervavrik were blindsided by the enemy on a mission earlier, and were both killed in action. We are running on little manpower here. That's why your arrival is so necessary. I'm sorry to hear that, Robin, Vorian said empathetically. I know how close you were with both of them. We will pay those Mirs back for everything they've done, mark my words. Let us prepare for battle, Sergeant Major. The crew was off before Zawapika could muster the courage to say anything to her superiors about the lies Ravam had just told them all. Hawk, Valanth, Mecca, and Argyle sped southward on Ravina for the region of Bikaron, where the fake ascendancy was leading unwary citizens to their probable doom. They were accompanied by many Ravinian rebels in their own gravcars. It would be joined by Kama in the main rebel forces on the way down, after they dealt with their new prisoner, Lowmaster Gore. Mecca and Argyle now took the two grav bikes, while Valanth and Hawk rode with the commander of the current rebel squad, the one who Hawk had talked with earlier, named Proust. Hawk, of course, left out the extent to which they helped the Ascendancy during the initial attack, but he was able to give Proust much useful information, and Proust in turn filled the mercenaries in on what had happened during their absence, namely the Free World Alliance pulling out many of its troops. To Proust, it seemed that was the main reason the Ascendancy had waited to attack again. And unfortunately, the Free World Alliance had no clue that the Ascendancy were really the ones posing as the Ravinian soldiers, so they were unknowingly aiding their enemies. Our major concern is once the fighting really begins between the Alliance and the Ascendancy, the FWA will see us as an enemy if they think these soldiers are actually Ravinians, Proust told the two. Unfortunately, we're not really on speaking terms with the Alliance ourselves right now, either, Hawk replied. I've been a bit indisposed, but my friends tell me we're wanted by the Free World right now, so our use to you will probably be limited to cracking skulls. From what I've seen, your crew knows how to do that quite well, the rebel commander complimented them. A lot of practice in situations very similar to this, Valanth chimed in, hood drawn up as always. We'll do everything we can to liberate your people from these Mirs. Hawk gave his friend a curious glance. The rebel squad then began to approach the coordinates of the Bicaronian bunker, and halted the convoy at the staging area just around a nearby cliff, as close as they felt they could get without being detected. The mercenaries' ship, which had been commandeered by the rebels on a recent trip they made up to Animov, had joined them shortly before reaching their destination, bearing Kama, the rebel leader, and his right-hand man, Barnes. The team was assembled, and with a little scouting, they found the Ravinian citizens had already started coming to the new facility in droves. Soon the Ascendancy would have another civilian shield, as well as victims to enslave or kill as they saw fit. Disrupting the intake of civilian prisoners while keeping the ones already inside safe during the fight was the rebels' top priority, but they needed to win the facility before the fake Ravinians could get it established. There's more than one entrance to the place, even though it's all pretty well guarded, Como told the whole team after the scouting was completed. Looks like we just have to hit them hard where they're least expecting it. Unfortunately for the rebels, they were not as undetectable as they thought. While they quickly planned, the Ascendancy more quickly assembled a counter-strike that at that moment lurked just a stone's throw away. The Ravinian cliffs a hazard as much as an advantage. The rebel sentry in the area alerted the rest of the crew by using a closed-channel transmission device the freedom fighters carried. "We've got company," Kama told the rest of the fighters gathered there. "They're coming from the south. Form up on the right and get ready to defend the convoy." The rebel leader then opened his communicator. "Jakal, Green, they're on to us. We might need some air support. Wait for my signal." Just then, some large enemy blasts rocked the ground where the rebels stood, and the cliff facing them, blowing up several grav cars, mounting up casualties and causing the cliffs to crack, releasing boulders and rubble down the side toward even more of the rebel forces. The swift attack left them quickly devastated. "Get our shields up," Kama yelled, as a few of the grav car's operators activated energy generators, which created a barrier around them. Too late, however, for the first bombardment. "Hurry and help the wounded," the rebel commander added, though many were already taking up that task. Kama then turned to Hawk, Valen, Mecha, and Argyle. "Those creeps sneaking up on us like that. I'm gonna go teach them that's no way to fight like a man. Who's with me?" Before waiting for any answer, he ran off toward the direction the blasts came, brandishing his Aetherium greatsword. Barnes followed closely behind him without hesitation. "That guy's nuts," Valen said, drawing his plasma rifle. "We better make sure he doesn't get himself killed. Hawk, grab a car. Let's cover him." Kraus told them all to go push into the facility with Kama and Barnes, while the rest dealt with the bulk of the forces outside. Hopping in the nearest grav car, Hawk took the driver's seat and Valen stood up in the back, emerging through the open ceiling so that he could still shoot. With Mecha and Argyle still on the grav bikes, the four followed behind Kama and covered him. More help then came in the form of the mercenary ship currently being used by the rebel army. From a nearby canyon, the vessel emerged with its guns blazing. The faux Ravinian soldiers, who remained hidden with a cloaking device, were then revealed as the ship bombarded their location, triggering their own energy shield. They hoped to force a retreat, but the shield held, and the enemy focused its efforts on the ship instead, which then fled once more around Ravina's rocky cliff sides. Hawk got Valenth in range for his plasma rifle, and along with Mecha and Argyle on the bikes, were able to pressure the Ascendancy soldiers into lowering their shield in order to fight back. When they did so, Barnes pulled another pistol from his side holster, aimed toward the fake Ravinians, and began to charge a blast of plasma energy. "Oh, what?" Hawk said to himself, viewing the scene from inside the nearby grav car. Barnes then released the trigger, sending a burst of energy toward their enemies, who were visibly panicked. The large shot hit its target, exploding much like the attacks that the rebels themselves had just received. With their attackers reeling from the counter-strike, the group of 6 newfound friends engaged them with full force, routing the front lines with ease. Kama was brash, even in his fighting technique, but his skill and courage were unquestionable, as well as his self-confidence. "Yeah, run back home to your masters, you Ascendancy dogs, and remember what happens when you decide to mess with Kama the Neo-Knight." As the rest of the enemy forces fled, Hawk turned toward Kama. "Neo-Knight, huh? I've heard that name. So you actually call yourself that?"
Kind of cute title is that supposed to be anyway? Kama looked at him with the same confident grin he nearly always wore, though his eyes showed a glint of anger over his fallen comrades. It's supposed to be one that will inspire the Ravinian people, one that will motivate them to reclaim their home. It's a banner and a rallying cry for a new era that returns to the glory of our past. It also sounds cool, he added. Preparing to set out again, they saw the rest of the rebels pushing toward the compound, and Valanth told Kama that the other rebel commander, Proust, told them to push into the facility themselves. Hopping into the grav car, Hawk sped Valanth, Kama, and Barnes toward the Ascendancy bunker, now housing unwary Ravinian citizens. As they skirted the fight, they covered Mecca and Argyle, who advanced quickly toward their entrance point. Firing at the facility's doors, the two then turned away on their grav bikes, leaving an opening for the rest to follow up. Barnes took another shot with the handheld plasma cannon, but it wasn't able to blast through the fortified doorway. By then, the Ascendancy was able to get a few reinforcements to the gate, and they stalled Hawk, Valanth, Kama, and Barnes. Got another plan? Hawk asked Kama. I think Kama started, then looked up, as something caught his and everyone else's attention. Oh, that's not good. Appearing in the sky above the facility, above them, was a large Ascendancy cruiser. The Ascendancy was driven from the natives' island on Inagon, but despite the great sorrow felt by all the people at the loss of the chief's youngest daughter, Katash, the warriors of Selva prepared to cross the strait again to aid their Calabite brethren on the mainland, where the Ascendancy, or the Supreme Order as they knew them, were well established and currently still fighting the battle the islanders had begun. Ankh had found Kita, still protected by Glaus, Grim, and Artis. He had not known for sure which of the chief's daughters had been killed until after the battle. Running to his beloved, he took her in his arms, and they both grieved for Katash. Responding to Ankh, Kita allowed him to take her away from there. Grim couldn't help but glance once more at the native princess as they left. Glaus, noticing this, said to the young Ascendancy defector, I'm sorry, my boy. It was certainly not meant to be, though. Our world would be quite a shock for a young woman like that. It is better this way. She's got an important task here, anyway. The chief was still half broken from his loss, though he was driven to fight on. Speaking to Oshu, Aezic said, We started this fight with you. We're going to help you finish it. Whenever your men are ready, I am too. Zarya was still resting, but Aezic didn't plan to take anyone else with him. He instructed Vala to hang back with Zarya for now, until he was perhaps ready to join in. Grim offered to come along with them, but Aezic wouldn't allow it. He assumed neither would Chief Oshu. Just before the war party set off again, a messenger came for the chief and spoke to him quickly. The chief then turned to Aezic. More Outlanders have arrived, he said, giving your name for amnesty and asking for you. He calls himself Sergeant J. Beyond Lumina, Episode 20, Reunion.
Your incompetence has forced me to move forward with my designs before it was time.
An ethereal, menacing voice seethed at its subject. I'm sorry, my lord. A large man cowered in fear. Please give me one more chance to make things right. I will end him here and now.
Silence,
the voice screeched.
The only reason you aren't already dead is because there's a visitor here who will unwittingly help me even more than you have. Your final task will be to make sure you don't let the rest of my plans here fall apart. If you fail in this, your suffering will be long and painful.
Of course, O Great One, the huge man said, bowing low to the floor. Aezic, are you all right? Photoglass asked with great concern when another piercing headache brought Aezic down to one knee, just after Chief Oshu told him that a man calling himself Sergeant J had landed on world looking for him. After a longer moment than usual, Aezic was able to recompose himself. J, he thought out loud. J, it can't be. But why? It doesn't seem right. Well, of course it isn't right. Zario, seated recuperating on the other side of the room, answered him. Not if there are more Alliance soldiers here looking for you. He's not just Alliance, Aezic replied. He's part of my crew. My crew? Aezic drifted off again in thought, then suddenly spoke hastily to Oshu. Please, Chief, I need to see him now. Of course, my friend, Chief Oshu consented. He and his crew are waiting just below here. They will take you there. I must prepare to set off for Kalaba and my daughter's funeral. The chief then ordered his men in their native tongue, and they escorted Aezic, along with Zario and Vala, down the massive tree structure in which they were and into a lower room, similar to one in which Aezic and Vala had stayed when they were first being held. As they entered, they saw several off-world soldiers, but they weren't dressed in the dark blue synthplate of the Free-World Alliance. Instead, they donned the mauve aetherplate of Ravina. Upon seeing them, the leader spoke. Aezic, my commander, it's been a long time. Captain, we are approaching Ravina's local space, one of his men said to Azor, aboard the Ravinian cruiser known as Calibra. Good. Open comms, Aezic Zin answered. Then, speaking to the whole fleet under his command, he said, Everybody get ready. We're about to run headlong into this war. There's no telling what we'll find when we get to local space, whether this is a backdoor approach or not. Captain Aezic Zin's crew had taken a roundabout route to their homeworld of Ravina, in order to try to avoid charging into the Ascendancy's main forces. Along with his own cruiser, Aezic's younger brother, who looked much like Aezic, only with a tamer hairstyle, led only 3 other Ravinian cruisers and 12 frigate-class ships, along with a total of 36 fighters. It was hardly a counter-invasion force, but Azor hoped it might be just enough to break through a weak point in the enemy blockade. From the ground, he thought a counter-offensive would be more manageable, especially once General Gaster arrived with reinforcements from the Tansorian Federation. The Ravinian fleet entered Ravina's local space near the planet's south pole, the region of Bikaron, and saw very little Ascendancy activity there. Good, Azor said to his crew. We may have skirted their sensors. With any luck, we'll sneak on planet from the south here. All was going well as the fleet made a straight shot for Bikaron, until they began to enter the atmosphere, and there below them was a huge Ascendancy cruiser, poised over top of what looked like some massive facility, where a large battle was currently taking place. Captain, said Azor's subordinate, Lieutenant Baroque, we're receiving a planet-wide transmission now, telling all citizens in need to evacuate to Bikaron during the invasion. Baroque was also Azor and Aezic's brother-in-law, who'd made a life bond with their sister, Aista. Then that's who's down there, as we could have figured, replied Azor. Yes, it's just like before, Baroque confirmed. We have no more time to waste, Captain Azor stated. Full speed toward Bikaron and intercept that cruiser. There's no more time. We've done everything we can. It's time to retreat and live to fight another rotation, Sergeant Major Ravin somberly declared to his squad. Corporal Tice was taking orders from him in lieu of his sergeants, Vala and Maloon, being on planet. The other corporal, Dodds, was also with Maloon, his commander. That left only Tice, Kizawap, Uxkothlo, Zawapika, and Mariad, the latter two being Maloon's other subordinates, and the rest being Bala's. The news of the retreat barely came as a shock, since the Ascendancy seemed to have no trouble with their vast numbers seizing the Cronus Prime spaceport. Even with the extra reinforcements brought by General Vorian and Captain Hadrid, they still could not hold the capital city. Not far from Cronus Prime, the Alliance had a major outpost, where the General planned to have all forces rendezvous for a united retaliatory effort. Ravim and the rest needed to retreat quickly with their ships before they got trapped in the port. Zawapika was less surprised than the rest by this, because she had already witnessed what appeared to be Ravim turning on his own people and lying about it to his superiors. She tried to convince herself that there must have been a good reason, or she must have imagined things or had simply been mistaken about what she saw, but it was no use. She knew what happened. It was obvious. Ravim was working with the enemy, but Maloon told her not to say anything to anyone, including her sister, Kizawap. The young Alliance private kept silent, as she and her crewmates boarded the triptych and sped over to the Alliance outpost, located in the direction of Panya. She only hoped that Ravim wouldn't turn on one of them next. It was not long after their departure that Zawapika looked back and saw the entire capital city being overrun with Ascendancy ships. The Alliance counterattack would come swiftly. Sauder Tlarin stared at her Outlander friends in astonishment. "I do not understand, Filony. Do you know how crazy that sounds?" The news the mercenary brought her was troubling indeed, but the Sauder could hardly believe it. "I know, Tlarins, but it's true," Filony replied. "I was doing a little exploring on my own, and I saw it for myself. So did Usian on a planet called Omulus. It was heavily mined for a particularly problematic natural resource. It's still there, a shell of its older self, but Omulus is much larger than Costia. Based on what I can tell, this world can't handle the strain being put on it. And based on the frequency of these groundquakes, we'll need to hurry if we're going to have any chance of getting the word out to all the citizens and evacuating them." Filony, Usion, Rini, and her cousin Shuri rushed to the city to see Tlarins again, to explain to her the situation and get help in warning everyone of the Costians' doom. The two young women were nearly in shock from the revelation. Tlarins wanted to help, she just wasn't sure how much she could. "My superiors have warned me against having any contact with the Outlander fugitives," she explained, not for the first time. "That's why you haven't been able to come to the temple. The only reason we can meet is because I teach Rini and Shuri, and they don't know you've come by as well." "I know all of that," Filony said, still in haste, but trying to be respectful. "But this is too important to worry about any repercussions for something like talking to the wrong people. You need to convince them to take action, or else none of you will survive." Tlarins couldn't argue with him. She had no reason not to trust what he said. "And in that time, the old world will be destroyed," she said to herself. Sauder Tlarins had noticed, as all Costians had, the growing intensity and frequencies of tremors that only used to be slight and sparse when she herself was young. So the five sped off toward the capital city of Omnus, where the Sauder went alone back to the temple, her home, and sought out the council of Abu Abila and the head of the female order, Mater Agensi. Sauder Tlarins quickly got an audience with the two superiors. She started respectfully. "My Abo, my mother, I have to tell you something of dire importance." "Go on, my child," Abu Abila replied to her in a fatherly way. "First, please forgive me," Sauder Tlarins began, "and please hear me out after I have confessed that I have seen some of the Outlanders, and have spent some time with them, two of them who remain on Costia." The Abo was visibly upset, and Mater Agensi was about to reprimand her charge before Abu Abila spoke once more. "Continue." "I apologize again, and I will accept any punishment later. but I must tell you what one of the Outlanders has discovered. The groundquakes we've been feeling increase recently is due to the Ascendancy mining some kind of material from our planet, somewhere. He says the tremors are like the death throes of our world, and that it won't be long before the mining destroys Kostia completely. Mater against he looked at the Abo worriedly. Then Abila said, "How do you know you can trust these people? What could you know of them that gives you such confidence in their opinions? And even if they are genuine, why should we believe they know what they're talking about? We've had tremors like this on Kostia for as long as I can remember, and they may have increased, but that doesn't mean the entire world will be destroyed." "Abo, I don't know for sure," Clarence answered, "but the Outlanders do seem genuine to me, because 3 of them have chosen to risk their lives to bring back our citizens and Photoglaus." Now Abo Abila's face became very grave. "I see. Then it has come to this. Omnis help us all." Now Abila had an idea why he hadn't heard anything from Trop or the other Ascendancy officers. "If what you say is true, then that which the Outlanders have taken it upon themselves to do will perhaps prove to be our demise faster than any groundquakes. If they are successful, the Ascendancy will be coming, and the One only knows what they will do to us once they arrive." An Ascendancy cruiser hung above the civilian compound in Bikron on Ravina, arriving in time for the battle that had just broken out between the Ravinian rebels and the fake Ravinian soldiers, who were really Ascendancy military themselves. In the front of the compound, the fake Ravinian soldiers rushed citizens into the facility and acted as though they were retreating inside, while around the back, where the rebels were attacking, the fake soldiers were fully entrenched and bearing down on the rebels, namely Kalma, Barnes, Hawk, and Valanth, trapped near the back entryway. Hawk and Valanth didn't know when, but at some point Barnes had acquired a handheld plasma cannon, which helped deter some of the Ascendancy ground forces and allow them some defense aside from their armored grav car. With the extra support from the massive cruiser, they felt they had little hope left. "Barnes," Kalma shouted over the battle, "we need to find a way in right now." Barnes, the rebel leader's right-hand man, had several times tried to make a dent in the reinforced door with the plasma cannon, to no avail. He tried again with the same result. "It's no use. What else can we do?" he asked. The plasma fire from their enemies was beginning to overwhelm them, and beginning to take a toll on the grav car. Just then, in the sky above the Ascendancy cruiser appeared another cruiser of a different type, followed by 3 more, then a dozen frigates and a swarm of fighters. Kalma's attitude quickly changed. The Ascendancy cruiser began retreating as soon as the ships appeared on its tracking system, but they advanced to the ground so quickly the enemy cruiser only made it over a few canyons before being shot down by the new coming ships. "Haha, yes, look Barnes, the boys made it back just in time for the big fight," Kalma said. The Ravinian natives knew the fleet of their homeland well, as did the mercenaries who'd spent some time on Ravina themselves. Now the battle really begins. Captain Aezic Zin and the small Ravinian fleet came bursting at incredible speeds through the atmosphere of their home planet. The Ascendancy cruiser below them became aware of their presence too late, and before it had fled very far, the left side of the convoy shot it down. Now being vastly out, then locked and barricaded the doors. Like the compound in Animov, it had an energy shield generator, which the soldiers activated immediately. "Sir, there are more combatants still outside the compound," Baroque, Azor's lieutenant, told him. "Should we engage?" Azor looked at the group of warriors on the ground for a moment. "No, let's wait," he finally ordered. "That fight didn't look staged. I think they were really attacking the bunker. And if that's the case, they must know what's going on too. They could be our own people for all we know. Let's get a closer look." Order the fleet to go on guard for a counterattack above the facility. We'll go down and have a chat with them and find out what they're really doing. The energy shield was not all the compound had, however, as defense turrets came online soon after their barrier. Azor's cruiser was forced to pull up from its landing attempt and regroup with the rest of the fleet, which was taking evasive action throughout the visible early dawn sky. They could tell from that, however, that some of the fighters outside the compound were still engaged with the enemy near the walls, within the energy shield's perimeter. We don't have much time to deal with this, Captain Azor started to his crew, but we can't attack a place full of our own people, and we need to protect the rest of those citizens that didn't get inside. They will undoubtedly be sending reinforcements now that we're here, and it won't take long. Azor thought for a moment. We need to establish contact with our potential allies on the ground, get a couple of fighters down there, and see if we can figure out a way through this together. Fighter Squad 4 answered the call, and the three-man unit dove toward the rocky planet's surface through blaster fire that managed to take one of them down, sending the small ship over toward the main rebel forces in a heap of burning Ethereum. The other two made it to the ground safely just behind them, then rushed over to see if their comrade was okay. The Ravinian rebels had already gone to his aid, but the soldier had perished in the attack or the crash, and there was nothing they could do. When his allies arrived, his commander lamented the loss, but did what they'd come to do, and met with whomever he could find in charge, which happened to be Proust. "I'm sorry about your friend," Proust said to the soldier, "but we're glad you're here. You've arrived just in time." "You have no idea," said the commander of the fighter squad, a sergeant by his emblem. "Things are about to get much worse. We're here to make contact with you and find a way into the bunker together. You look like a bunch of Ravinians to me. Who are you?" "We're just as you say, sir," Proust replied. "We're the last defense of our homeworld. Anyone and everyone willing to fight and stay alive and free of the Ascendancy's tyranny." "Then we are more than just allies, my brother," said the sergeant. "But you're a little mistaken about one thing. What we call the Ascendancy is the least of our enemies." At the back door of the Bikaron compound, Mecca and Argyle were finally able to rejoin the others on their grab bikes, as the redirected fire allowed Coma, Barnes, Valanth, and Hawk to start freeing themselves. Eyeing up the grab bikes, then the ramparts above them with a rotating door of Ascendancy soldiers, Coma said, "Let me see that bike for a minute." Then he turned to his best friend and took the plasma cannon from him. "Barnes, follow behind, and you guys," he gave the plasma cannon to Valanth. "Cover us." Before anyone could object, the two Ravinian rebels were straddled atop the grab bikes and rapidly ascending upward toward the small opening through which the Ascendancy soldiers attacked. "This guy's definitely nuts," Valanth stated, already charging a plasma cannon blast, which connected with the ramparts and the soldiers thereon just before Coma and Barnes arrived. Jumping dangerously from the grab bikes to the ledge, they both made it into the narrow opening and began the frontal assault. Moments later, the reinforced door was unlatched and swung open, revealing Coma and Barnes on the other side, among a plethora of incapacitated Ascendancy soldiers. "Piece of cake," Coma smiled. "Welcome to paradise." "Jay," Aezic said, staring at his friend and subordinate in the Alliance military. "I can't believe it's you. For some reason, I thought something happened to you, and I haven't heard from any of the crew or Captain Hadrid ever since I went on leave." "Aezic," Jay began, his voice soft with joy over reuniting with his commander, but somber because of all the news he bore. "There was no leave, and you won't be hearing from anyone. We were all betrayed. You don't remember anything?" "No, actually," Aezic answered. "I haven't been able to recall whatever happened before I was sent home. Not on leave, apparently." "Then Azor and my suspicions were correct," Jay said. Ever since we heard news of you on Sotama, we had to assume you didn't remember what had happened. Azor? Aezic repeated with hope. You see my brother? He's alright? Yes, and Aista too, Jay replied. I'm sorry to say we have yet to find the whereabouts of Ama, but we know she's been deported to an Ascendancy world. But Aezic, there are much bigger issues at hand. The reason you can't remember is because someone wiped your memory of the events at that time. We don't know why, but they let you live and sent you back to Ravina on your own. What are you saying? Aezic began to grow very concerned. Many of the thoughts he had considered in his mind played out similar to this, and he just didn't want to believe it. Now one of his best friends was giving him all the details for which he'd been searching all this time. What happened to me? Jay looked at the others that came with Aezic, Vala and Zaryo. First, do you know you can trust these two? Who are they? From the accounts of you, I'd guess mercenaries. Zaryo here is, yes, Aezic answered. But Vala is a sergeant in the Alliance. She's been helping me since the beginning, though. I think we should talk a little more privately, my commander, Jay said now with more than a hint of distrust. Don't worry, they've both proven themselves trustworthy, Aezic answered his subordinate's unasked question. It's fine, Aezic, Vala replied now. I understand. Maybe in the future you can fill us in. Come on, Zaryo. Fine, fine. Zaryo turned and walked out of the room with Vala. But we expect some of the highlights at least afterward. See you later, Sarge, he said to Jay as they left. Jay started again once they were alone. Have you heard the news about the attack on the Scion? Aezic nodded. It was our crew, my commander, that was aboard that vessel when it was attacked by the Ascendancy. Aezic was shocked. Again, he tried recalling the events from that time, but all he managed to do was send himself into another spat of painful headaches. Why can't I remember? He said in frustration. It made little sense to him why his crew would be aboard the Scion, as it belonged to General Faresh. Aezic and his crew were under the command of General Vorian. Those headaches, you've had them ever since then, haven't you? Jay asked, knowing the answer. Is a side effect of the memory wipe, but they should have passed by now. Regaining his composure, Aezic said, All right, then tell me everything, Jay. What happened to our crew and Captain Hadrid? The crew is all gone, Lieutenant, Jay answered with remorse. Either killed in the attack or afterward. And the captain? Aezic insisted. I can tell you've already considered it, Jay said, seeing the realization already building on his commander's face. Hadrid was the one behind the entire thing. Aezic could hardly believe what his old friend and subordinate, Jay, was telling him, but at the same time, something inside him already knew the truth, despite his apparent memory wipe. He couldn't imagine all the implications. That's right, Jay continued, revealing what he knew. The Ascendancy destroyed the Scion, and then came back for the remaining crew, Yarg, Wabu, and you. Kaiken died in the initial attack. They didn't know I was still on board and wounded, and luckily for me, your brother was onto what was happening, and rescued me before I ran out of time. He took me to the remaining Ravinian fleet, most of whom had gone out with Azor to try and stop the plan to assassinate the Prime Minister of Sor before the attack on Ravina even happened, which came a couple rotations before the Scion was hit. They met up with the remaining Ravinian fleet after it was forced off world due to the attack, and since then we've been hiding the Prime Minister and trying to figure out this mess we are in. We've been keeping tabs on everything we can around the system, and when we heard news of you, I came to find you, and Azor took most of the fleet toward Ravina, where they're staging another attack. So Captain Hadrid, Aezic could hardly believe it, and didn't want to believe it. He's a traitor? He's really helping the Ascendancy? It's not just that, answered Jay. It's not just hatred. The entire Free World Alliance is with the Ascendancy. What are you saying? Aezic pressed him with concern. The Ascendancy and the Alliance are allies now? It's worse, Commander, Jay said again. For all intents and purposes, it seems the Ascendancy and the Alliance are one and the same.